What are you wearing?
A Canadian tuxedo.
Canadian
I'm a hockey player. Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
To all Blues fans, we're bleeding blue with you. Let's go Blues! Let's go Blues! Let's go Blues!
BlueNote fan report. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final game day edition of the BlueNote fan report. Welcome, Justin Eagle Eye Scott, my co-host. How are you doing today, Justin?
Doing good.
Just as you put them on, your mom asked, where are your glasses?
Right here.
Yeah. Sorry, I was a little late. I don't know if you can see this. Well, I went to the lake yesterday and I actually fell in, and I am sunburned really bad, so I haven't slept very good. But hey, we're gonna try and do this today. We should be joined by our good friends Ashley Jones, Slapshot, and Lance the Drop the Scott. I know Ashley's coming. She didn't know we were coming on this early, but she should be here in a few minutes. I'm not sure about Lance. Hopefully he'll be here. I'm gonna resend him the link just in case. He hadn't said anything to me since we said we were going to do this show, so I don't know. Last game, I don't know what to expect. It's kind of like this. This game means nothing for either team. Absolutely nothing for either team. Where do you think it's going to go, Justin?
You have to. I wouldn't say, again, I don't like the precedent that it means nothing. It does mean something for Utah. It does mean something for the Blues. The Blues are trying to focus on having a positive culture heading into next season, while the Utah Mammoth are going into the playoffs. I would assume they're going to be resting guys. They have clinched the first wildcard spot for sure. They have a confirmed matchup with Vegas. They do have something to play for. They have pride to play for. It's the first time they're in the playoffs for this for this team as the Mammoth in Utah. So they want to go in hot into the playoffs. They don't want to go in cold. Whether or not you play guys or not, because I don't like the precedent of, the Blues played an AHL team. Yeah, that's fine and dandy, and that's great that you're not getting their best players, but those players are still in that system. They're still in that organization. So you can't say that, because if the Blues lose, then you want to make the argument, oh, the Blues lost to an AHL team. It's a double standard. So
yeah, the thing is actually losing helps the Blues this time. And let us welcome, before we get into that, Ashley the Slapshot, Mrs. Jones. It has been a long time since we had you, Ashley. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Guy. Hey, Justin.
How you doing, Ashley?
Good.
We look forward to having you for this game. ESPN game, but you shouldn't have trouble getting to it. There is no pregame since it is on ESPN, so it'll be on at 1:30 or 1:30 my time, which is 6:30 your guys' time, I think. Is that right, Ash?
Yeah.
Justin?
Yeah.
So for me right now, and I was looking it up, and I think if we lose and the guys behind us win, we would go from the 10th spot to the 8th spot or the 7th spot. And if we win, we could go to the 11th. I think that's right. I'm not 100% sure. I can look at that, look it up again. I was looking at the standings earlier today. Me and my sunburned self have not been moving very well today. Let's see here. Standings. League. So where we're at right now, if we win, and the Predators lose, we would jump them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're in the 10th spot right now. If we win, we would move up a spot. If we win and they lose, we'll move up a spot. If we win, or if we lose and the Sharks win, we'll move down a spot. We will not. The Panthers are set. We'd have, if we lose, we have the same amount of reg wins as they do, but we have. Oh no, we actually might drop because the Panthers beat us. Did they beat us both games or just one? We
Just
might
one.
drop 2 spots, right? I'm confused that you're confusing us. How am I confusing you, John? Hi, Kelsey. Wait, am I in 2022 or 26? But the co-hosts are confusing me right now. Well, actually, I don't think you were ever with me in 22, were you?
Yeah.
Was it that long ago that you joined me
Yeah.
originally?
Yeah. I joined you right after my brother died in 21. And I was with you for a while.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't realize it was that far ago.
Yeah, we were doing the show together for about 3 years.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm having nostalgia. I was thinking it was just like 2-3 years ago, just last year or something that
No.
you were with me. Wow. Today we just have fun. That's it. Just have fun. Just talk about the game. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy our guests. And guests, I threw a question out a couple of shows ago. What's your favorite Blue Note fan report this season? Right? I've had 3.
Mhm.
Justin, you didn't get to answer that question. Do you have a favorite show this season?
I haven't. I haven't. We've done a lot. I haven't really talked. I haven't really given it much thought because there is some good ones out there. A lot are on equal level. I liked a lot of our interviews. A lot of those were up for me. Obviously, we have some good discussion on the game day shows, but it would mostly be the interviews for me, and I enjoyed doing the live show in Vitalis. That was cool.
Which one? We did 2.
I enjoyed obviously with the devastating news of Roland and everything like that. The show had a lot of meaning. The first show that we did, the preseason prediction show, that was very fun, even though it didn't go completely as we wanted, but I thought we did pretty good, having Shockey on and everything. So that was a good show. I really enjoyed pretty much all of our live shows. I thought we got better and better as they went on. I thought the one on the 20th, I can't remember the day, the 25th, I think it was for my mom's birthday, and we honored Roland. I thought that
one was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That one was probably up there for me.
That one was up there for me, but interview-wise, I loved your Jim Thomas interview. That was really great, having him on, talking about the book. But yeah, what your mom did for Roland really meant a lot. So that show and being there live myself, it meant a lot to me. So that's probably my top.
So my I said it on the show. My 3 favorite episodes in kind of order. Number 3 is was the show with John Hefner when because he was supposed the Detroit game was supposed to be his show, but he ended up not coming up because of some things that he had going on. So doing that show was special for him. The show in Shocky's basement was really that was a lot of fun. And then my favorite show, and a lot of people, is the pregame show, the preseason show. And Shock brought up, I would think that would be your least favorite. And yeah, you would think that, but it was for me. It was how Justin and Shocky and others who had heard what was going on, who knew what was happening, were rallying around me. I was ready to quit. I was ready to walk out of it. I just spent the most. It was, Justin can verify this. I had a hard time setting that show up. Things that had been set up before weren't there. People that were supposed to show didn't show. And I was struggling. And then I get the news that Roland had passed, and I'm ready to walk out. I'm ready to call it. I really am. And Chris kind of grabs me and says, Roland wants this. Don't you do this. Don't you walk out. We're going to do this. Shocky really sat me down, and Justin was right there. And Justin said, yeah, guy, we got this. We got you. And the friendship that happened that day, that's what meant so much to me. And it wasn't just that. Is when we got going with the show, and Lance was able to come on and all of that. When we were able to do that, that really meant a lot to me. So that show, even with the negativity that it started with, the friendship that it created or it connected was absolutely, it was exactly what I needed when I needed it, So that was my favorite show. If any of you are out there and you have a favorite show that we did this season, let us know. John Hepner saying, hey, Sharon. So I think Sharon, if you're there, we were just talking about the loss of Roland. Yep, she's there. Sharon Spinks. We were just talking about that. Taking on the Utah Mammoths. This was also, I just spent an hour in a car with Adam. That wasn't going to be for nothing. Yeah, he cost you a lot of money that day. He played the grabbing machine, and he spent some money on the grabbing machine. But that was fun. He earned it for what he did. The night I spent the night, I think it was that night, it might have been, or a couple nights before that. And I told the story the last time. They have a dog, they have a big pit bull named Chloe, and she's aggressive, but not like you think a pit bull aggressive. She's like, she'll love on you, right? Like she'll wag her tail. She'll be right next to you. And when I was there spending the night, she was trying to sleep on me and, licking my head and doing all this. Well, Adam goes into his room, and he's 9, goes into his room, grabs a couple things, comes back out, calls her over because she's likes him a lot. And he grabs her and gets her to lay down so she leaves me alone. Right. And so I was really, really, really touched. And Sharon says, Roland loved your show, and he loved for the show, and he thought of a lot of you, Guy and John. So do I. Well, we appreciate you, Sharon, and you're always a friend of the show, and we do appreciate you. I know you've been stopping in throughout the season. This season was dedicated to Roland, and probably we're gonna. I didn't think about doing it this season because of just with everything. I'm gonna try and figure out some way to get Roland picture attached to one of our backgrounds, to at least a little picture, because he's always going to be there. Roland's always going to be there. When I started this show, when I started, and it originally called the pregame rant, right? Roland was one of the first people to ever message me and say, I like what you're doing, don't stop. And when I made a group, can I be an admin? I want to help you. And I'll never forget. In fact, Ashley, you're here because of
Roland. He would not leave me alone. He would call me nonstop. You got to watch the show. You got to meet Guy. You got to call Guy. You got to talk to Guy. You got to do this. And I'm just like, Roland, I have kids. I got a job. And what are you talking about? And so I finally gave in and I watched the show. And I mean, here I am.
Yeah. He was an absolute proponent of this show. He defended this show no matter what. Even if I was in the wrong, he would defend this show.
Oh, if you were in the wrong, he'd just call me and tell me I had to get on. I had to put you in line, but he always watch and he'd always, you know, look out for you. And if you were having a rough night, he'd be like, Ashley, you need to get on and talk to Guy. Yeah.
He defended the show completely. He was an asset. He is truly missed. Yeah, it was just kind of hard. It's still hard on me just talking about it right now. But this season is important. As we move into the off season and the playoffs, I know we got a little bit of time. Is there any playoff matchup that's set or should be set that you're really focused on or that you're excited for? Ashley?
To be honest, I'm really hoping that Colorado gets booted in the first round. I mean, that's all I care about. I hate the Avs, so I want to see them out in the first round. But otherwise, I'm just happy to see how it falls.
Justin, I think I know your answer to this one, but
I love your optimism there, Ashley, but I hate to break it to you. I'm going to call a spade a spade. I'm going to call it how I do, like I have done all season. The Avs aren't losing in the first round. The LA Kings are absolute shit. They are not losing in the first round. So we can all be wishful thinkers. They're not losing, but it would be very cool to see. I think the best matchup is going to be Minnesota and Dallas. I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily looking forward to it. I think I'm looking forward to the playoffs because I always like it. But in all honesty, my opinion on the playoffs would possibly get a lot of slack because for me, I look at the bracket and I love that we have some different teams in there. I love that Utah's getting in there. I love that we're getting Buffalo breaking the drought. And I think that's all very cool. But I just look at the bracket and I'm sorry. I think it's weak. I think it's a weak bracket. I think it's very, very weak. I think any team can possibly take it this year. And I think out of any year that I've seen in recent memory, this is a year where I could say, okay, you think the Montreal Canadiens can win the Cup? Hey, I can see it. Do I think the Buffalo Sabres can break through and win the Cup? Absolutely. That's how I view this bracket. I think it's weak. I really do. Some of the teams in the playoffs, no one expected in the playoffs. And if you're telling me that you did, you're lying to yourself because every person I watched did not have the Boston Bruins in the playoffs. People did not have the Anaheim Ducks in the playoffs. They had them just missing. People had LA missing. People had Boston missing. Pittsburgh missing. There's so many teams in there that people had missing that are in the playoffs, and the Flyers. Flyers is another one. All these teams, I think it's going to it's going to be fun, but I don't think it's going to live up to any type of hype, if that makes sense.
Well, to me, the playoffs live up to hype no matter what, and I like, it's first of all, for me, the series I'm most interested in is the Sabres Bruins series. The Sabres, I've been around 14 years of them not making the playoffs. The girl that was going out there did the song, the parody, we're never ever getting back in the playoffs, and then for them to win the division, getting into the playoffs. I mean, it's a good story. I don't think they're going all the way. But it's a good story. Yeah, there are teams that surprise people. Pittsburgh. Montreal, I don't think completely surprised people because they were a playoff team last year. I think there were only there's 4 teams that were playoff teams last year that were not, or that were not.
I didn't
playoff
say,
teams
but I didn't say Montreal. I said Flyers, Pittsburgh,
yeah,
Anaheim. Anaheim, we all knew was going to be better. People had them just missing, but people did not have them in the playoffs. Boston, Pittsburgh, Flyers, Anaheim would be my teams. LA, even I could even throw LA into there. People didn't think LA was going to make it either. So there is some teams. Montreal, no, I'm not surprised Montreal is in the playoffs. I think that they were undoubtedly going to be there.
I didn't think they were a 100-point team, but you know, what's really amazing, if you look at the league itself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. 6 teams are below 500. That's it. Right? The loser point has gotten so many teams at 500 or better that it really changed. I mean, I can remember seasons where a team under 500 made the playoffs. This year, the lowest team in the playoffs is the Kings at 90 points at a 550 clip. 556.
Kings. Yeah, Kings. That's exactly what you're throwing shit out right there. Kings have what, 20 regulation wins? 20?
Yeah.
20. They have 19. They have what? How many overtime losses do they have?
Kings have 30. Let's see.
What is it?
They have 20.
Talk about take advantage of the
20 loser points. They have 20 loser points, is what you're saying.
They have 20 loser points. Talk about take advantage of the loser point right there. They have 20 regulation wins. That's not great, and that's why. Okay, so they picked up a couple, but still not good. The Blues have 30 something,
32.
32. So the Blues have 10 more regulation wins than the LA Kings, and the Blues are not in it. Obviously, they fumbled. They didn't get a good start in the beginning, so that's tough. But they were getting closer and closer. But teams like that focused on the loser point. Vegas is also in that category, capitalized on the loser point. Their team that's been taking advantage of that, especially this year as well.
You're right, but they also had 30 regulation wins. I mean, 30 wins is solid. 30 regulation, and then they had 8 overtime wins, and then 1 shootout win. So the overtime, I don't have a problem with the quote unquote loser point because it's the tie point to me.
Yeah, it's the same as the tie point.
You know, and what it's done, and in fact, what you've seen, especially after the Olympics, 3-on-3 has changed, right? 3-on-3 has changed to where this isn't sit back, grab the puck, and wait. This is go for it, right? Go out, be aggressive, take that chance, because it's not a one and done. Like that was the thought process was, and you've seen this now where it's an aggressive overtime, and hopefully it stays that way. Me and Justin, we've talked about this in the past. There's 2 changes I'd like to see to overtime. One, I would like to see it go to 2 5-minute periods where they shift ice. And 2, I'd like to put in a zone rule. You can bring the puck back out in the neutral zone, but you can't go all the way back out into your defensive zone.
I like that.
Right? So this way, take some of the circling back, or if you bring it back, it makes it harder to change, right? Mm-hmm. It also makes it a little bit harder for the other team to change, and it goes both ways on either side of this. I just think that those small changes would get rid of the shootout, and I don't have a complete issue with the shootout, right? I don't mind the shootout.
I would actually, for me, you guys don't have a problem with the loser point. I do. I think if we talk about the 3-on-3 being exciting, the 3-on-3 was exciting for the Blues because the Blues had something to play for. They're trying to get back in the standings. The Blues have never really been a team that they're good on 3-on-3 possession wise, but they've never been a team like Colorado who throws the puck back and just kills time to get people tired and everything like that. It's gonna go back to how it is. The way that you change it is the way you absolutely change is if you're gonna have 3-on-3 overtime, that's fine. But the way that you have overtime stay how it is now, where we've seen it, where it's been exciting, it's been exhilarating, is you take away the loser point. And if it goes to a shootout, then the team can get a loser point. If it does not go to a shootout,
it's not a loser
the team
point.
Who wins,
It's the same as the tie. So you might as well just say no overtime and we'll just go back to the tie system.
Well,
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that what?
Justin, you're kind of missing something. You're missing something here, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you you're missing something here, because you didn't start watching hockey till the early 2000s when you never saw the tie system, when the 5-minute overtime was there. In the 5-minute overtime, you would get maybe one shot. Teams did not want to make that mistake and lose the tie, lose that point. So you would almost never get a win in overtime. It was almost like playing 5 minutes of figure skating, right? That's what it was. Going to the quote unquote loser point created an instant where teams now were aggressive and had shots and tried to get it. But also in 5 minutes, at first it started 5-on-5. In 5 minutes of 5-on-5, it's really hard. If you don't change something up, you're going to get whatever the game was in that last few minutes. You're not going to get the same level. So they went to the 4-on-4, which I kind of like too, then down to the 3-on-3, because as teams learn more and more, it got harder and harder to get the point, or harder and harder to not go to the shootout. They don't want the shootout, but they want the game to have a ending of some sort. They want a team to get a win. So that's where the shootout comes in, right? And in regular season, you do not need to go with unlimited overtimes. I know the NBA does, but they go with unlimited 5-minute overtimes. And, scoring in the NBA, you're going to get in a 5-minute period, you're going to get 10, 15 points, depending on how they play. So in the NHL, I mean, we've seen what, 4, 5, 20-minute overtimes and no score. So that's why it's a little different. And that's why I don't have an issue with the shootout. It gives an outcome. If you can come up with a better way to get an outcome, yes, let's go for it. But right now, I don't see a way to get an outcome other than unlimited 5-minute overtimes. And I just don't think that's good for anybody.
There's nothing about unlimited overtimes. I'm saying overtime needs to change. If you want to see exciting, exhilarating hockey, you make it to where if you get to overtime, the team that wins gets 2 points. The team that loses gets zippo, nothing. And if you get to a shootout, then you get 1 point.
What's going to happen, Justin, is the same thing that happened before with the tie system. Nobody's going to try and win because you don't want to lose the point. That's the problem. You're going to get.
No one's going to try to win.
Yeah, no one's going. That's exactly what happened when it was the 5-minute 5-on-5 with the tie. No one tried to win because if you try and win and you lose and you make the mistake or you make the shot and the team goes the other way and you end up losing the game, you lose the point. That was the purpose of putting the loser point in. It doesn't. In fact, that Justin would make you think the 3-on-3 is boring now. You put that in, and the team that has that puck is just going to skate it around. First team to get it's going to skate it around in the zone and just stay there the whole 5 minutes. Right? That's exactly what's going to happen. That is because that's what happened before. That's kind of what happened before. You might get one shot out of the overtime, a full-on 5-minute overtime. You might have gotten one shot. And I've seen games go to overtime. I've seen Blackhawks Blues games go to overtime, and you were lucky if you got a shot. right? So Ryan says, Guy just isn't hearing you right or something. I am hearing you right. What I'm telling you is, this is what happened. This is why the point came in to get a result other than the two teams just figure skating. Does that make sense to you, Justin, bud?
Yeah, I mean it's always made sense, but I mean it's a say you can say anything for anything. If you make it that system, you can say, oh well, they're gonna not play, but you don't know that they don't play now. People don't go and give a shit in regulation to win games anyways now because they know there's a loser point. If you add it to where you don't get a loser point in overtime, maybe it drives players to actually give a shit in regulation and win the game in regulation instead of banking on the loser point.
See, this is what Ryan's saying right there, and we've seen it, already seen it. No, what would happen is in overtime, because if you try and get that point, and what happened, most goals in overtime they happen one of two ways right now. Either the team that wins the puck holds on to it, gets something going and scores, or the other team, the team that wins the face-off, holds the puck, takes a shot, misses or something like that, and it creates an odd man break the other way that goes in the net. That's that mistake. That stuff right there would not happen because neither team is going to try and make that. Oh, my goodness. You make a mistake that cost you 0 points. Think about how fans are now.
Oh, they'll be ruthless.
Oh, yeah. Right? You would go back to the days of no one trying. No one trying. But the way to end this is the 3-2-1 system. And the 3-2-1 system does make trying to win in overtime or in regulation much more important. I agree with that. But it also brings up the problem of, it really does bring up that problem of, I don't want to make a mistake and cost myself the extra point. Mm-hmm. Right? But actually, if it's actually, if it's a tie game, right, goes into overtime, somebody's getting 2 points, somebody's getting 1 point. If in the 3-2-1-0 system, if you make a mistake that causes your team to lose in the last couple of minutes, right, you're losing 3 points. You're losing up to 3 points. So it does that. Even with that system, it does kind of keep going back. Right? Oh, no, I understood what he was saying. What my issue was is it's going to create the same situation that brought us to where we're at now. And Justin being younger and Ryan, you being younger, you did not watch hockey during the tie system. Right? I'm guessing. I'm almost certain that when you guys started watching hockey, the overtime and shootout had been put in. Everything okay, Justin? He stepped out for a minute. Sorry if I'm overtaking the show. I'm just trying to put my point out there.
Oh, no, I agree with your point 100%.
Right.
But I just think that he just didn't understand the tie system. Like you said, he wasn't around in the mid to late 90s. So
yeah, you take it out to where you lose in overtime, you get 0 points.
Nobody's going to try because they're not going to want to be the guy that lost it. Yep.
You're not going to try. Not at all. Right? You're not at all. Because if you go to the shootout, that right there would create more shootouts than what you have now.
Exactly.
You did. Man, I'm just messing things up left and right. He says, I disagree with you just to make it interesting. No,
well, that's never changed, Ryan. That's how you've always been.
Yeah. You would get you would absolutely get more shootouts, and that's what everybody wants to get rid of. I don't have a problem with the shootout, but if you make it to where you can get the game over in overtime, get it over without going to the shootout, that's great. You can do things, and that's why I think, first of all, extending it to 10 minutes, the chances of a goal doubles, right?
Of course.
And also taking back the basketball half court rule, but to me the red line is too short, right? You make it the defensive zone, so you get two-thirds of the ice, almost a little less than 2/3 of the ice, but you have two of the zones. If you can only go into the neutral zone and you're trying to change up, man, think how this is what I think would happen. Defensive teams would get aggressive.
I do like that idea. I really do like that.
Right? They would get aggressive and they would try to steal the puck, to push the puck, because if you did that and caught the other team in a change, now you've got that breakaway. And if you did it and it's the other way, it's a 3-on-2, and that's not really that bad. You can still get back just in time, right? All I have to say is trade Kyrou, and we got another 5-minute segment. The trade Kyrou thing's going to be just a hard thing. He's gonna have to want the trade, which is possible. He's going to have, and then it's going to be the reason it's so hard to trade Kyrou is, where does Kyrou want to go? How many teams will Kyrou want to go to? And of those teams that he wants to go to, how many teams will take him?
Yeah. And I just don't think that number is as high as people think it is.
No, I don't think it. Well, I think GMs look at players a lot differently than fans do, right?
Of course they do.
Well, like I heard during, Binnington's trade value is never higher than what it is now because of the Olympic play and that. Binnington's trade value was never as low as you thought it was, right? GMs and scouts don't look at numbers the way you do, right? They do not look at numbers the way you do. Their eye test means a lot more. They understand a lot more about the game. He was always, and he's always still, well, what's going to lower his trade value now is the fact that he's on the last year of his contract. That's going to lower it a little bit, but he's still worth right now, up until the season starts, he's worth 3 first-round picks.
Of course.
Right? But as you get closer to trade line, that's going to drop to 2 first-round picks. Right? That's where I think. And when I say this, I need to clarify that. What I mean is players that are comparable to a first-round pick. A prospect ready to play now, a third-line player that's moving up, young guy. That's what I mean by that. Not you're trading Jordan and getting 30-year-old players. You're not doing that. You're getting younger players. You're getting players that are ready. You're getting high-end prospects. You're not getting guys that are just career AHL players. You okay, bud? Justin.
Yeah, I'm fine.
This is what we're talking about now is your buddy Ryan Green. All I have to say is trade Kyrou. So what's your thought process on that?
Jordan Kyrou is it's gonna depend on where he's gonna want to go. But the way I look at Jordan Kyrou is what I've been saying the whole time. I want Jordan Kyrou on this team, but defense and the fact that he's grown his two-way game is fantastic, and I think he's becoming a great defensive player in his own right. But defense only takes you so far. If Jimmy Snuggerud and Robert Thomas and Dylan Holloway can play defense and score, there's no reason Jordan Kyrou cannot. The counter argument that I've heard is, why would you get rid of Kyrou and bring in a center for $7 million? Well, sorry, I'm paying Jordan Kyrou $8 million and he's not scoring. So why not go for change? If you guys seriously want change, if people are on the side of change, people need to realize that change doesn't happen by not doing anything. So that's why I posed the question, and it garnered a lot of interest on Jake Neighbors and Jordan Kyrou. I don't see them getting rid of either guy, to be honest, but if you want true change, if you want this team to possibly go in a different direction, you're going to have to get rid of one of those guys. You're going to have to. So,
Ryan Green brings up what you said. He's better defensively, but it's not worth $8 million a year to slow down his scoring for defense.
We're not even talking about just goals. Jordan Kyrou has struggled to consistently at least get on the board in assist.
Yeah.
It's not just goals, it's assists. He's consistently not been on the port sheet. When a guy like Jordan Kyrou, as skilled as he is, he needs to be on the point sheet on most nights.
I do not disagree with you at all.
I'm not disagreeing per se, but he did have several injuries this season. I don't know that he recovered fully from his last. And I think that whenever he gets injured, he has a mental block and he has a hard time where he can't get going again.
And that is possible. I'm not saying it's what happened, but it is possible. Jordan Kyrou this year in 71 games only has 45 points. In the last couple of years, he was a 70-point player, right? So my argument, though, to everyone who talks about Jordan Kyrou's points and goals and points being down, you can say that about almost every single player on this team, right? In fact, you can say that about every single player. The closest we have to a point per player game is Thomas. It was 61. He would need 3 points tonight.
I thought he was a point per game.
No, he has 61 points, played 63 games. He would need 3 points tonight to get point per player game. Right? The next guy in line. Go ahead.
No, I just was saying, but again, Robert Thomas, Jimmy Snuggerud, those guys have shown up. And both of those guys dealt with an injury this season. So injuries, yes, they do play a factor. Nathan Walker had his injury. I don't think he's lived up to the energy that he had last season. Jordan Kyrou, yes, he missed a couple games. But Jordan Kyrou has also played more games than Robert Thomas this year. He's played more games than, I believe, Jimmy Snuggerud. I don't know if that's confirmed.
He's only played 2 more games than Snuggerud.
Okay, well, still, the point is still not mute here. The point is that Jordan Kyrou is good enough to where, yes, you're able to have a down year. It's not like you can't have a down year. There's players in the league that do have down years. But I think the injury excuse only takes you so far because, I'm going to compare it to Thomas because they got the same contract. Thomas missed more games and has less games played and more points.
I guess the game's on.
Kyrou. Yeah, the game is on. It's on ESPN.
My bad. So I've got it. Sorry, There we go. Corey, you're not allowed to say the score until we say it, but we weren't talking about the goal. Corey is here. He says, random question. What do you think about the Blues being cut from FanDuel Sport? Well, FanDuel is just being cut, period. It's going away. I think, and I brought this up before, I think the Blues have a hell of an opportunity here to do something like what the Cardinals are doing with the MLB. Take over the TV broadcast on your own. It was the Blues who scored. Yay! Who scored? Anybody know? Booch. Well, that's your number.
Buchnevich.
That's number 20 for him. So now we went from, oh my God, we're not going to have a 20-goal scorer to we have 4 20-goal scorers. And there's a chance we could have a 5th if Kyrou gets 2 tonight. Right? I think he's at 18 still. Yes, he's at 18. And by the way, Kyrou's only played, this is the 72nd game, so he missed 10 games this year. Thomas, this is the 64th game. So he missed 18 games. Right? My argument with that, well, let me go back to this one about the Blue. I think that the Blue, really, I think they should take it over. Take it over, do their own stuff, either put it in, produce their own stuff and put it on, let it be on ESPN right now, but take the blackout away and make ESPN pay more for that. Right? Make somebody pay for, get the commercials and then make ESPN pay the commercials. Right? Okay, no problem, Ash. Ash had to move for a second, and I need to film I got a really bad sun. You remember when I went to the lake when I was down there and got sunburned on my legs? Justin? You're muted.
Yes, I do.
I don't know if you can see this, but
Yeah, I can see it.
that's all over my body now. Especially and my legs are just as bad. So I'm going to get some more liquid in me, and I'll be right back. So you got the ball for a moment or two. Oh, this isn't Corey. This is his co-host. Okay, sorry. Wow, the new.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. I'll
be right back.
You're all right. Yeah, the Blues get on the board early here. Bush, we were talking about Pavel. A lot of people have been on him. Obviously, he hasn't had the season that he would like. Most Blues have not, but I think Bush has gotten a lot of hate. And I don't think he's been overly great, but I don't think he's been overly bad like everybody says he's been. He's been on the score sheet here last couple games. And I went to the last two games. Guy was here. He didn't get to really feel the atmosphere of, what was going on in the arena. And that's kind of why I talked about on a video that the St. Louis faithful, they always show up, and they really have proven, even though that the Blues are not a playoffs team, they have proven that St. Louis is a destination sports city. With the reaction that the team got for, knowing that they're not in the playoffs, but they still showed up for their team. They were chanting, "Let's go Blues." People got loud reactions. And this is an interesting one. They were doing starting lineups, and Jordan Kyrou's line started. And I just take note of the fan reaction to these guys that get called, for the starting lineup. And there's guys that you notice get a bigger reaction. Jordan Binnington's been a hot topic this year. Jordan Binnington arguably gets one of the best reactions of any Blues player that gets called for the starting lineup. He gets absolutely cheered out of the building every night that he's announced. Bush, he got a strong reaction, even though a lot of people have been on Bush. You hear the Bush. But the guy that, and I'm still talking about, this is why the topic of Kyrou is interesting, because the reaction that Jordan Kyrou gets, it's mixed. It is very mixed. Yes, he gets the cheers. He gets the, I don't necessarily hear any boos, but the reaction for Jordan Kyrou compared to some other guys is not as strong. So that tells me that the fan base is definitely not around certain individuals on this team, but you can definitely tell who they are around on this team. And I'm not saying that, it's right or it's wrong. I'm just saying that it's always interesting, and you should always take note of what you hear, because when the majority is not giving a solid reaction to what you're seeing, that's got to be telling. It's not just 1, 2, 3 people kind of saying this. It's a whole fan base that's kind of saying that, hey, maybe we need a change here.
Yeah, and Ryan's right about this. The fans want Kyrou gone. And I hate this. I hate the fact that we look at a player like that and we get on this player and we complain that he doesn't do enough, or we don't like. I wanted to bring this up, and I backed off it. The money thing during the trade deadline. Right now, fans are, Ryan, I'm not pointing. I'm pointing fingers at you a little bit, buddy. You're complaining about the $8 million, right? During the trade deadline, Justin, how many times did we hear from the media? It was a team. Jordan Kyrou had a team-friendly contract, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't even care about the money. The money's fine. I look at Robert Thomas and look at Jordan Kyrou. Together, their contracts are lower than Kirill Kaprizov's contract in Minnesota. Minnesota is paying Kaprizov $17 million, and although he's a fantastic player, he did not need $17 million. That right there, that is not a team-friendly deal. Now, I don't think I think if Jordan Kyrou or Robert Thomas said, "Hey, give me $17 million," I think the Blues and Doug Armstrong would laugh in their face. The reason that the Minnesota Wild could do something like that is because they had the cap space to do that. Mm-hmm. But the cap is going up. So for me, your issue for Jordan Kyrou should not be the money, because $8 million in the fact that the cap is going up, that should not bother you. $8 million is not bad for a player that I do believe can hit 40 goals at one point in his career. He hasn't gotten there yet, but I do think he can get there.
Actually, did he get 40? I thought he got 40. Well, he either got it or he got really close to it.
I think he got really close to it. I'm thinking, but still, the money for me is not the problem. Obviously, it is tied to it because he is, that's what he's getting paid to do. But my issue is with the people that argue with me and tell me that, okay, I think you're dumb for wanting to trade Jordan Kyrou and getting his center for $7 million. Why would I want to play a second-line center for $7 million to put on the second line? Well, because, first of all, the Blues need center depth. Obviously, they do have Dvorsky. They have other guys in there. But the thing is they need a solidified second-line center. And why would I complain about the Blues paying someone $7 million to play center, a valuable position, on the second line, when Jordan Kyrou is making $8 million? And I know we're talking about the money and it not being that big of a deal for me. Jordan Kyrou is not getting on the board consistently. If I'm going to pay a $7 million center to play the second line and he's getting on the stat sheet, I don't give a shit. I will take that over a guy on the wing making $8 million who is not consistently on the point sheet every night. I'll take that. I don't care.
I get that. I get that. I understand exactly where you're at. And a couple of things I want to bring up when we talk about them during the first intermission here. I want to bring up, did you see what Montgomery did prior to the first intermission of the Pittsburgh game?
Yeah, I did. He gave Robert Thomas pretty much free reign to get the boys rallied and get them to play the way that they need to win that game.
He absolutely told Thomas, "I'm not going in the locker room. It's your locker room. Do what you got to do to bring this back." And obviously it worked. Right? That was a hell of a second period.
Thomas, it, like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Thomas is, I don't care what anyone says. I love Jake Neighbors. Thomas is your next captain. Mm-hmm. That right there tells you immediately that the decision from Montgomery is Robert Thomas is the captain of this team.
Captain, yeah. Right there. Yeah, everything. Jake Neighbors will be a captain of the Blues. I absolutely see that happening. And Jake Neighbors is going to be a on-ice, off-ice leader of this team, and we're seeing it already. I mean, they just did an entire game. You could have called the Pittsburgh game the Jake Neighbors game. That whole game was because of him, right? And what I'm talking about is the ASL, the sign language stuff, right? The Blues are the first team to ever do that. I just wish ESPN wouldn't have put it on the special thing and had the absolute and made sure everybody could see it, not make you have to pay special for it. Which I hope a whole bunch of deaf people sue ESPN under the Americans with Disability Act, because they made people with disability pay more to see their thing.
It was very cool. I got to actually I sat behind two gentlemen who actually had this, so this was very cool to see that, you know, they were doing the, you know, they were really getting into it, high-fiving us when the Blues scored and everything. I enjoyed it too. You know, they really enjoyed themselves, and the Blues did a good thing. Jake Neighbors did a good thing, but I mean, obviously the game, like the ASL stuff doesn't happen without Jake Neighbors, but the game was always going to happen. You know, it's not like Jake Neighbors is the reason they played the Pittsburgh Penguins. The game was always going to happen, but the ASL thing was
the promotion of the game, the promotion of the game, how they promoted the game, all of that. That was centered around one player, right?
Yeah.
And it's like next year. I don't know why they don't do an Australian night next year. I think that would be cool as hell, right? You know, do some nights centered around some of these foreign players. Do a Russian night, you know. Do a Slovakia night. Do a Sweden night. Do nights to highlight the different cultures of the players. I think that would be cool, right?
It's. Like I said, for me, it's tough. I do think Jake Neighbors is a future captain of this team, but again, I'm in a minority here, and I do get slack for it. People will talk about it. People were saying it. I talk about Jake Neighbors, and I think Jake Neighbors is a fantastic player. I think he's a unicorn. I think he can score. I think he can get assists. Yeah. My thing is, how high is that ceiling? And that's why I posed the question: whose ceiling is truly higher? Is Jordan Kyrou capable of playing at a higher level than what he has this season? Or is Jake Neighbors, can Jake Neighbors be a consistent second-line guy? And I ask that because although I want Jake and I want Kyrou on this team, what is good for this team in the future? And the way I look at it is this team has struggled out of the gate. I think the culture's changing. I think the start of the year will be different coming into next year. I truly believe that. I think the culture's a lot better. I think it's officially Robert Thomas's team, and I think that we're going to see more of what happens. I don't particularly think I'm going to see many moves happen in the offseason. I think they might go in honestly next year, and see how they start off the season. If they start off the same way that they have started off, changes need to happen, and they need to happen quick.
Don't wait.
Do not wait until the trade deadline. If the Blues are struggling coming out of the start, and they're doing the same thing that they were doing this year, and they're struggling, changes need to be made. And I don't mean little changes. I mean Jake, you need to make the decision. Jake Neighbors needs to be traded, or Jordan Kyrou needs to be traded, and you need to bring in somebody for the second line, and you need to put him at center. Dvorsky, they want Dvorsky at second line center, but again, I say that's all fine and dandy. I don't know if Dvorsky's not ready for it right now. Dvorsky is not ready. I don't care what anyone says. You can disagree with me. You can hate it. Dvorsky is not ready right now to be a second line center. He's not.
We're waving at Sam. Wave at Sam.
How you doing?
There we go. Hi, Sam. Kelsey says there was an interview with Neighbors and one of the ASL announcers, and there was a speaking interpreter for the interview. It was pretty cool, I thought. Yeah, that would have been cool to see. I didn't get to see that. I think that would have been pretty cool also. I agree with 99.9999999% you're saying. I just have a hard time letting go of Jake Neighbors. I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree, but he's the guy for me. I would rather give up. You're right. What's his ceiling? Right now, his best in his 3 years that he's been with the Blues, his best is 27 goals. And that was 2 years ago. Last year, it was 22, right? And that's his 3 full seasons, right? He went 27, 22, 15. Give me a second, Ash.
Well, and I think, and I think consistent. Believe me, I think if Jake Neighbors is giving you 25 goals a season, then fine, keep it. I don't have a problem. The thing is I do think it is tough, but again, that's why I have to ask the hard questions, because if Jake Neighbors' ceiling is just a third line guy consistently, I would rather take something off of another team that gives us a second line center. And if that means not trading Jordan Kyrou and trading Jake Neighbors to a team that gives us a second line center to play with Jordan Kyrou, that elevates Jordan Kyrou to where he needs to be, I will take that all day, because I think Jordan Kyrou, I think at one point in his career, if he gets it together, he could put up 50 goals. I really believe it. If he could get it together and have a specific line mate to play with that he can really gel with, I think he can hit 50, because it will alleviate the pressure that the fans, the media have put on him.
I have a question for Ashley. What's she doing? What's Leia
doing right now? She's watching Disney movies, and I'm hoping that keeps her busy.
Can you get her to come to you real quick?
Sure. Hey, Leia, come here. Leia, can you come here? Can you say "Let's go Blues"?
Hold on. Hey, Leia. Hi, Leia. Leia, I got something for you. Hold on. Don't go away. Don't go away. Don't go away. I got something for you. Here you go, Leia. This is for you.
Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
By the way, Justin, that's the Let's Go Blues girl. That's Leia. I wanted her to see that. I don't know if she'll remember it, but I wanted her to see it.
Oh, she did, and she said it for you again, and she added "Red Wings suck." So
I didn't hear it with my bad ears. Thank you,
hold
Leia.
on. I'm gonna get her to say it again. Can you say "Let's go Blues"?
Let's go Blues.
Red Wings
Suck.
Yep.
We love you, Leia.
Her dad's a big Red Wings fan, so I had to teach her that one.
Yeah, she's doing really good with that. Sorry, Justin, I didn't mean to go off that. I seen that Ashley was dealing with Layla. That's why I had to bring that in, because you've never met Layla, and I thought it'd be nice for you to meet one of the girls that does our thing, right?
I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah. Have you seen how we closed the show, Ashley?
No, I haven't seen how you closed it. I've seen that you have her in the beginning, though.
I have her in the open. So we closed the show. You'll see it today. But I asked Justin, how do we close the show? And he asked me where are the girls at. I play the two girls, and then we ask who's late for dinner, and we play the boys.
Aww.
So, yes, she is part of the opening and the closing. And just so everyone knows, I've always had Ashley's permission to do that.
Oh, of course.
No, Justin, you have hit on something that's really, really important. What is Jake Neighbors' ceiling? And if his ceiling is 30 goals, right? That's borderline second line guy, third line guy. And I'm with you on this. And if that's what he is, and you could trade him in another piece or a couple of draft picks to get a second line center, because Devo's not there yet. Devo's got a couple of years. I understand that. I understand it completely. And if it were to happen, while my heart would hate the move, my head would tell me how right the move is. A la Zach Bolduc.
Right? For me, okay, well, first of all, Jake Neighbors would be a lot harder for me to give up than Zach Bolduc. I was okay with, like I said, I'm with you. I still think the Blues should have got more in the Zach Bolduc trade, but I think it would be way harder to give up Jake Neighbors. But the reason that I'm more okay with exploring that option than anybody else is the fact of what is Jake Neighbors doing. If Jake Neighbors was consistently playing second line minutes and consistently on the second line, I would say no way in hell I'm trading Jake Neighbors. But Jake Neighbors is not playing second line consistently. So that's the problem. That is why I am leaning towards I'm okay with them exploring that opportunity. I want to bring up a good point. Oscar Sunquist got interviewed. I love Oscar Sunquist, such a team guy. That man in the interview said, I would die for the logo on the chest. And I 100% believe him. I love Oscar Sunquist. I think he embodies what Blues hockey is. He's blue collar. But do I think that he has a spot on this team? I don't. I'm sorry. I love Oscar Sunquist. And I do believe every word that he says. I think he loves the city. I think he loves the fans. I think he loves playing for the St. Louis Blues. But just because of that doesn't mean he should be on this team. I'm sorry. It's a business.
Oscar Sunquist is going to end up being one of the coaches for the Blues Warriors. I can see that. He said that they built his house in St. Louis. He lives here year round, right? That this is his home now. So yes, I do see that. But you're right. He doesn't have a spot on this team, right? My one problem with trading Neighbors is his value off the ice might outweigh his value on the ice, right? And I know when we look at a player, almost always it's the on the ice that matters. But sometimes there are players, I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask Ashley this. Can you tell me a player who you can think of where his off ice outweighed his on ice?
Easy, Kelly Chase.
Kelly Chase is one. Think of a superstar.
Brett Hull.
Brett Hull, right? After Adam Oates left and his numbers caved, right? His numbers caved. His off ice, what he did off the ice, his stories and the things that all of that. This city loved his antics, even when he wasn't scoring. And when he finally got told they weren't going to re-sign him at the end of his contract, I mean, he went on an interview and basically cried. But that was the end of it. It was he loved the city, and he still, he stayed here or he comes back a lot. So that's why I think with Neighbors, that's where I struggle slightly, because I think that his off the ice might outweigh his on the ice. Let me handle comments, please. And I think that's aimed at Ashley.
Yeah, I didn't do that. So
well, the reason, so Ashley used to produce the show for me. So I talked and she handled comments. I since taken it because of Justin's eyesight, there are times where people put stuff up that I do not want shown. So, and Justin has to put the comment up to read it, to see it. So that's why I just kind of say, I'll handle the comments. And I don't want Justin to feel like, why do you tell me I can't do it and let somebody else do it? So that's why I'm saying I'll handle comments, but thank you. Sorry about that. Here we go. Ryan says, Jamie Rivers says they should sign him and be an extra forward because he's a great guy for the younger players. He is, but it's just, that you're signing him. It's almost what he's making now, $1.5 million. He's making $1.5 million now. You're going to have to sign him for that again. You can almost get 2 entry-level players for that, right? If you need to bring the entry-level guy up, and you can't waive. And if you waive Sunquist, I don't think that he'll get taken, but he's not going to go to the league minimum would be like 1.1. It would almost be what he's making now, right?
my thing is the Blues have, first of all, the Blues also have some good wingers coming in. They have wingers. Wingers are, I'm not going to say they're expendable, but they're more expendable than centers. Centers are, I talk about it a lot. Centers are the most valuable forward position that you can play, just from responsibility standpoint, from what you do, what you have to do. Wingers are known for their scoring. Centers are more known for playmaking. And just the way I think about it is what it's going to come down to, and I know most St. Louis fans' answers on this one is: would you rather give up Jordan Kyrou or would you rather give up Jake Neighbors? Because I think that is the real question you're gonna have to talk about. But the problem with getting rid of Kyrou has to accept a trade. You can't just trade Kyrou. You can trade Jake Neighbors. Jake Neighbors has zero say, and although that's not your deciding factor on why you do something like that, again, I want to talk about what Jamie Rivers and such and all the Blues media talked about, how the Blues fans and St. Louis faithful, I don't necessarily agree with the statement completely, because I think Jim Montgomery kind of freshened it up a bit, which I agree with, is we want championships, we want cups, but most Blues fans want teams to be competitive. They want teams to show up consistently, give effort out there, and even if they lose, it's not the end of the world. As long as the team shows up and the players show up and give effort, St. Louis always shows up. We want cups, of course, but it's not our 100% goal. But
I don't have my new soundbite yet, but I'll have to get that for next season. But I would be playing it right there.
So that's why I'm saying, would we rather sit in a lull and hope that this team just can play, have the same team and just hope to get more competitive? Obviously, they're younger. They're going to go through some growing pains, of course. But do we take the chance of just sticking with it and then just hoping that they compete every year and just not be good enough to get over that hump? Or do we want to get rid of a player that we may not want to get rid of to bring in a piece that helps further progress this team to possibly be a cup contender?
And Justin, that honestly, great point. And Ryan put the comment up there. He says, in the backdrop on the screen shows a huge bass you're holding the fishing pole. You really caught a huge fish before. Well, your definition of huge is different. When it comes to bass, I'll let Chris Shockey answer if he thinks I caught one close to that. I think I have, but I'll let Shockey answer that. So what happened? Update me. Utah scored. That was Carone from Pretka and Marino to even it up at the 16:55 mark.
Yeah, Michael Carcone. He's been a Blues nightmare, it seems, every time we play him. He seems to get on board. Well, Utah again. This is why I said, because Guy made the statement that this game means nothing, and although it does mean nothing for the standings, it doesn't mean nothing in the grand scheme of things, because the Blues are playing for culture, to have a positive culture coming into the next season, going into the off season, help build that young culture, get the young blood more and more experience. And Utah's playing for pride going into the first round against Vegas. They're going to want to come in hot, not cold, and not losing. So.
Shockey replies, 3 is his biggest goof, didn't wait for the net and lost 1 bigger. But someone didn't turn the boat either to make it easier to make it so where the fish wouldn't go behind the motor, is why I lost them. But who's in net for the Hoffer? We haven't talked about the elephant in the room, and it's simply, how many games does Bennington play next year, if he plays any? Bennington is not finishing the year on this team next year at all, and I again, this is another one where Head and Hart are separate. Hart he's the exact guy I want in net. His numbers don't mean as much to me as everybody else, as they do to everybody else. What he brings to the team on and off the ice means more to me. However, last year of a $6 million contract, 10-team no trade list, meaning 2/3 of the teams in the league are open. Stanley Cup winning goalie, got a gold medal and a silver medal, gold medal in the Four Nations, silver medal in the Olympics. You know, he's a guy that can take a team that's needs to get to the next level, meaning a playoff team to the next level. He's a guy that can take you there. And he's a
big time goalie.
Yeah, my head tells me yes, Kyrou is playing. Blues didn't rest anybody. I don't think they did they? I didn't see the starting lineups.
No, they didn't. It's just a mixed bag of a lineup. Jordan Kyrou's in this game. He did actually get an assist on Bush's goal, so he did get a point in this game already. Binnington, like I said, Binnington is an interesting story because I know that we've talked about this. You want a veteran presence back there. I think Binnington is your veteran presence, but at the end of the day, whether anyone likes it or not, next season, Joe Holfer is the starter for the St. Louis Blues. It's not Jordan Binnington. Joe Holfer is the starter for this team. And Joe Holfer, if Binnington's going to be on this team, it's going to be an acceptance role, and it's going to be a backup role. And Joe Holfer needs to get the most of the starts. And you're looking at Binnington somewhere between that 30 mark, and you're looking at Joel Hofer getting at least probably 50 starts, 50 plus. So you're gonna have to run with that. That's what you're gonna have to run with.
I mean, anyone that has known me and has seen me on this show knows that my heart loves Jordan Binnington. I have fought with Guy over Binnington for years.
You changed my mind on Binnington.
Mm-hmm. But my head says he doesn't make it to this team next season. He is going to be traded in the offseason. And I mean, I know that there's only 10 teams, but he is not going to want to accept the backup role. I'm surprised that he didn't make a stink that he was backup role this season, but he's going to want to get out.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I've made it a case that Jordan Binnington is not like Ashley just said, which I've talked about. I wrote about the article that I was writing. The guy that I even talked about, Joe Holt. If he is going to go into an okay acceptance of being a backup, that's fine. But is he capable enough? Is he the way I view Jordan Binnington is different than what I viewed Jake Allen when Binnington came in. Jake Allen was willing enough and accepting enough to give Binnington the net. It was his net. He knew it. And he stepped aside and played a mentor. Jordan Binnington is competitive, and although I think he can bring that experience to Joel Hofer and help him out in the long run, Jordan Binnington is too competitive to where he's not going to want to play backup. He's going to want to start somewhere else.
That's where my head is 100%. My heart wishes he was here, but my head knows that he is not going to be on this team at the start of the season. He's going to be traded over the summer.
I actually think it's going to go till December or January. I think that he will be here till December or January, unless. And I've been saying this. I know Justin. I won't put words in your mouth, so hopefully I'm not. I know that you don't completely agree with my next statement, but I think you understand my next statement. I still want a veteran presence in net for Holfer. Now, I will say he is getting better at the puck handling. He is getting much better. I've seen it in the game today. He held on to one that he would have usually passed out. He held longer than he normally would have, and it was able to get it up to the Blues to control it in the zone for a little bit. That's what he hadn't been doing before. He would panic a little bit back there. But I still want that veteran presence. And my thing is, if he's playing 54 games, which is just right around that, because there's 84 games next year, and your backup's playing 30, right now we don't have a backup in our 4 goalies in the system that are ready to play 30 games in the NHL. Not one.
No,
Right.
no, they're not. But well, and that's fine. But I'm gonna counter that. You want a veteran presence, but the thing is you have a veteran presence. Jordan Binnington is your veteran presence. But the problem is Jordan Binnington being too competitive enough to not want to be that. So it all comes down to if Jordan Binnington is willing to take that role and accept that role, then fine. That's your veteran presence. There's no reason to trade Jordan Binnington for a veteran presence when he is your veteran presence already. There's no reason for it.
I agree with that. I do not disagree with that. But at the same time, you're talking about his competitive level being up to a point where you don't think. Well, I think he will, because I think he's settled into the backup role. Well, we've always said Jordan Binnington's starter, but it's Hofer's net. You're saying now, what you're saying now is next year that it is Jordan or Joe Hofer is your number one, and Binnington.
I didn't say he was I just said Joe Hofer is not considered. It is Joe Hofer's net, but it is not. He's not the number one yet because Jordan Binnington's still on this team, and that's just how I view Jordan Binnington.
Okay, and
because of how competitive he is, how he wants to be great, how he wants to really elevate his game. He wants to play the best hockey that he can. But next year, Joe Hofer is your starter. Like this year was just the beginning of us saying, okay, it's Joe Hofer's net. Next year, Joe Hofer is the clear-cut starter of this team.
I can't.
I mean, I don't know. The fact that Joel Hofer started in more games is kind of clear cut for me. I mean, I played roller hockey growing up, so I mean, being a goalie, if the other goalie got more starts than me, that's the starter in my mind.
Yeah.
Well, again, I think it's going to be, yeah. I mean, obviously, but that's why I said that we leaned into it. It was Joe Hofer's net. But I mean, so we all know that he is the starter. He got more games, but the problem is most people didn't label it as that. Most people just labeled it as, okay, it's Joe Hofer's net right now. I labeled it as that. Next year, it is official where I'm going to say with confidence, and I still kind of say it now because it is true, like Ashley said, he's your starter right now, but he's officially your starter next year. If Jordan Binnington is on this team, fine. But Jordan Binnington is going to have to accept that he is not going to be the starter. He's not going to get the most starts. He didn't get the most starts this year, but that's the reason is because of the play. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I think he plays above his numbers and what they actually are, but the fact of the matter is he still hasn't been good either. So,
I don't know. He had a bad first half. He's been good. Binnington's been good since the break, right? And I kind of, for me, my feeling on this was that the team play in front of him was not as strong as it was in front of Hofer, which is why his numbers were as bad as what they were. Because in the Olympics, the team play in front of him was outstanding and his numbers were outstanding. Right?
I mean, I agree to an extent, but there's also the fact that Binnington does have a temper. And I can relate to an extent that when the team in front of you isn't playing well, Binnington is the type to throw a tantrum and just give up too. Like after so many games of it, he just gives up and Hofer does not. So that is why Hofer's numbers are better, because he does not give up and he keeps playing. And Binnington was like, well, they don't care. I don't care. So his numbers are going to suffer with that attitude. When you're getting paid as much money as him, you can't do that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I just think I look at both trajectories, and Hofer and Binnington struggled in the first portion. Hofer strung himself really nicely, but the thing is the Blues goaltending tandem was down at the bottom. They had the worst stats in the league, and then you see the shift, and you see where Joe Hofer was in the first half, and then after everything, and he got back into it, and he got his footing, he jumped from, bottom of the league in goaltending to being first in some stats. So that doesn't happen. I get the whole mindset of, oh, well, the team's playing bad. You can't blame the team every time. It is okay. Blaming goaltending is a softball, and it shouldn't happen all the time. And blaming goaltending is not the way to go. But the fact of the matter is there's games where the Blues played well and the goaltending let them down. Binnington let them down. Hofer let them down. It's not just the team in front of them all the time. Joe Hofer faced the same amount of turnovers and stuff that Binnington faced. The difference is Hofer made the extra save when Binnington did not. That's just what it comes down to.
Oh, Hofer corrected the direction faster than Binnington did, and I think that is a age thing, right? As you get older, you don't see, I've been always done it this way. Why do I need to make a change? It's somebody else's fault. Okay. And Ryan brings up a point. He says, when has this temper shown in the last few years? I think it hasn't shown on the ice. I think it's shown in the locker room. I think behind the scenes is when it's shown. We may not have seen it.
I think it's more closed door stuff more than like having it be public knowledge and being out on the ice. I mean, you saw the frustration rise when he got taken out of the one game and then he had a bicker match with Montgomery. And they played it off as if, oh, he just said he loved me and I said I loved him back. Obviously, that's not what was said. But again, that goes to the point what Ashley was saying, that is why I just don't see Binnington. Well, first of all, I've already said it on this show. I've said it months ago. Jordan Binnington is not signing with this team again. So keeping Jordan Binnington on this team and not getting anything for him is a waste of an opportunity. And you want to talk, everybody wants to shit on Doug Armstrong for this, that, and the other. But the problem that I have with a bunch of fans is everybody wants this change. Everybody wants change, but you guys want to hold on to every fiber of some player. If you want change, you got to make hard decisions. You don't get change by just sitting down and okay, well, we should do this, we should do that. I want this, I want that. But you don't offer any solution. You don't offer any suggestion, any nothing. But you guys want change. You can't hold on to something if you want change. Sorry, you just can't.
Okay. I understand exactly where you're going with that. I do. But I have a counterpoint to it. You have said, and I agree with this point, and we had Mike Myers on, the Blues prospect guy from STL Sports Central, and everyone agreed that this team's not that far off, right? If you truly, honestly believe that this team is not that far off, and you don't think that goaltending is an issue, that right now goaltending is not a problem, trading Binnington, even at the trade deadline, because who knows what Carbonell brings in. Maybe Carbonell's that piece you're missing. And come trade deadline, this team's in the 1 or 2 spot in the Central. At that point, do you trade a Stanley Cup winning, even though you could get nothing, he could walk with nothing. Do you trade a Stanley Cup winning goaltender to put in a rookie?
First of all, I'm going to get it out of this. I'm going to get it out of the way immediately because I think this team is going to come out better. This team is not going to be. This team will not turn around and be top 5 in the league next year. I love your optimism. I love your thoughts on it. It's not going to happen. This team struggled out of the gate. If they do that again, it's going to be another year where we're talking about the Blues struggling out of the gate. We're kind of in a stagnant thing, and then they pick it up in the second half. That can't happen again. If the Blues come out and they come out with the same group that they have here and they struggle, changes need to be made immediately. And I'm not talking at the trade deadline. I'm talking immediately. Not at the deadline, not wait 2 months before the playoffs. I'm talking immediately. Change needs to be done. And I do think that this team is not that far off. But in saying that, this team is missing one thing, and I've been saying it, and I'm going to stick with it. This team needs a solidified second-line center. That's what this team is missing. It's a second-line center. Dvorsky, they want Dvorsky there. That's all fine and dandy. He is not there yet. So forcing him into a position where he's not ready for could hurt him in his development, and he could not live up to the potential. If you bring in a second-line center behind him or in front of him and play him on the third line, he gets to go through the growing pains down there. He doesn't get as much minutes. He doesn't have as much pressure on him. That could help him grow as well. And by learning from guys like Robert Thomas and whoever that second-line center is that you're bringing in that's established already. That's what this team is missing.
Yes and no. Yeah, are they missing a second-line center? Yes, I agree with that. Could this team be a top 5 team in the league next year with 2 small changes? I absolutely agree. Yes, we could. I think we could. I don't think that this team, this 84 or 86 point team, is that far away from 110 points. I really don't. Right? What's the difference when you look at it? What's the difference between 110 and 86? It's 24 points if my math is right. 24 points is 12 wins. That's the difference. And I know if with the 5th we'd all get drunk. I don't think this team comes out of the gate as badly because first of all, it doesn't have something mentally blocking it like it did last year. And it also, this is another year, and they got rid of some defensive mentality. And you're seeing it. You're not seeing the defensive mentality in this team. You're seeing an offensive first mentality, which is what I thought we were going to see last year, and we didn't see it at all. Or this season, at the beginning, we didn't see it at all until the trade deadline. I really do think that when you say they're not that far away, that they're not far away from being a Western Conference contender. That's what one player. Go ahead.
I mean, this team, like I said, this team is not going to be top 5. I'm sorry, they're just not. First of all, this is not just a this year thing. So I get the whole precedent behind Winnipeg, the tough series. They should have beat Winnipeg. They lost in a heartbreaking fashion. I get that. This team has not just struggled out of the gate this year. This team struggled out of the gate for the last 4 years. They've struggled out of the gate the last 4 years. It's not just a 1-season thing. It's a 4-season thing. So, again, Blues fans, they're going to get tired. They already have gotten restless and tired of seeing the same thing where it is exciting. I'm not for tanking. I don't think it's good for anybody to willingly want to lose. I'm not for that. But, again, if this team continues to struggle out of the gate each season, then you're coming into a continuous loop where you go into the season, you struggle, you don't play up to standards, and then in the second half, you bank on a Cinderella run and you decide to show up and play hockey. That can't happen.
The Cinderella runs only happened the last 2 years. The 2 years prior to that, we all knew this was a bad team. Though 3 years ago, go back 3 years, they got within sniffing distance of the playoffs. I think they were 17, we drafted like 14 or 15. That's where we got Snuggerud, I think, 14th or 15th in that area. So we were kind of, but that season was one of those seasons that it was more, it wasn't this. It was more this. Right? Does that make a little bit of sense?
And again, that is fine. But this team, it's still this team has made a living on playing playoff hockey. They've been in the playoffs consistently. The last 3 of the 4 years, they have not been in it. They made it last year. They had the run. They should have beat Winnipeg. They were the better team in that series. They lost in heartbreaking fashion. But the fact of the matter is how far are you willing to take this? You're getting into you're not getting into Toronto territory, but you're getting into that type of mentality where you're starting to see a Toronto effect. You don't have the core four here, but you're seeing an effect where, okay, we're just going to roll the same team out and hope that something changes. I'm gonna roll the core four out in Toronto and hope that they make the playoffs and make it past the first round. You're not quite there yet, but you're treading waters if you continue to run with this team and they continue to struggle out of the gate. I do think that they will be better next year. I think that the new culture, the young blood, is going to help them out tremendously, and I do think that they're going to be going in the right direction. But if they don't, the question is if they don't, changes need to be made.
And you bring up great points, Justin. And I'm kind of one of those guys. For me, heart and head are two separate things. Heart and head are two separate things. And you're right. If we need to make changes, but if we're not that far off, and this is just where I struggle, if we're not that far off, and again, if we were back to when we traded Tarasenko and O'Reilly and Barbashev, Akari, Mikkola, and all of that, if we were at that point, yeah, we need to make those big changes. I don't think we're at that point where we need to make superstar changes or big changes. I think we need to make the smaller changes, right? And one of the changes we're going to make next year is more than likely, and I don't know what's going to happen, but more than likely, you're going to have 2 more rookies on this team. You're going to have Carbonneau and either Yurko or Uric. One of those two are going to. Carbonneau more than likely will be on this team, and Yurko or Uric, one of those two, will probably come up. My guess is the forward will come up before the defenseman. By the way, game's back. I like this conversation, though, as the game's we're watching the game, and this is a good conversation tonight. Ashley,
yes, it is. I'm enjoying it.
Talk about it. Oh, there we go. Ouch. Oh, I have a new soundbite for next year. I don't know if you saw it in the last show, but and I don't have it queued up here, but when I was fishing the other day, I went to toss my line out and my lure broke off, and I went, "Oh, motherfucker." And it was just like perfect. So I'm gonna use Kelsey was with me, so like, thank God, you got to use that soundbite next year. Oh, Holford.
Yeah, you gotta. I must have a delay because I haven't seen that yet. Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah. Darn it. But going back to that conversation, I think that the big changes that we needed to do, we already did at the deadline. I love Shen and I love Falk. Don't get me wrong, but that was old leadership that we did need to trade away. And I think that having that, veteran presence gone, it helps so that the younger veterans can lead the younger team. And I think that is going to help tremendously next season.
I agree. I think they got rid of the the guys that they got rid of were defensive mentality guys. Mm-hmm. And they were leader guys. Both Falk and Shen were leadership guys, and they got rid of both of them. Got to work on your pronunciation. I know you're talking about Yurchek, but I have no idea who the third person is you were talking about. We have 2 guys in the system, 2 Adams, that their last names are, because me and Justin talked about this a couple of games ago, almost exactly the same. They are, and I will spell them out because I'm not 100% sure how to spell them or say them, but it is Adam. Now it's 3-1. Adam Jecho. Zico, right?
Jerka, yeah.
And then the other one is Adam, and he's the defenseman.
Adam Yurchek.
Yurchek, yeah.
Adam Yurchek.
J-I-R-I-C, and from the I to the C are all got the little accent point above it.
Yeah, because he's
right.
He's what is he? He's I think he's Slovakian. I think I could be wrong. Adam Yurchek. Adam Yurchek is the guy that you're gonna have to pay attention to. He's going to be a big part of this Blues defense core eventually. Goaltender interference being challenged here by the St. Louis Blues on the third goal here. See what happens. Generally, the Blues have done pretty good. Video teams have done pretty well with this. Goal interference, we all know, is inconsistent as all hell, so you never know. But going back, Adam Yurchek, he's going to be big for this team defensively, especially because, like I said, Parayko, I know there's been a lot of hate on Parayko for not, going to Buffalo, but that's his God-given right. Parayko is a guy who is going to benefit guys like Yurchek and Lindstein. He already did with Lindstein. Lindstein came in and he played great.
Oh, this is going to be this should be goaltender interference.
Well, according to Dave Jackson, he doesn't agree. He thinks it's a good goal. Okay, and there is no goal. There is no goal on the ice.
He pushes the pad.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going off of what Dave Jackson said. Dave Jackson said that it was a good goal, but the call was overturned.
Yeah, at the end he says he pushes the pad, and that's what makes it the no goal. Yeah, and he talks about that. All right. Hey, man, I just want to say, great show today. This has been a fun show. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm having a discussion with my dad.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, actually, speaking of that, I didn't discuss it because we were giving into it, but yeah, on the show, I want to say happy birthday to my dad. So we went to the last two games, but I should have got that out of the way first. So happy birthday to Dad. I'm sure you're feeling old. You're when you're 1 year older to me buying you a cane for your birthday. So there you go.
Justin's dad, happy birthday. Tradition time, and a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Justin's papa, dad, daddy-o. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. He appreciated that, I'm sure. At least I hope so. Yeah, that one, the pushing of the pad there, that's like the Blues had a goal. A goal got called back where I think it was Binnington's pad got pushed. Right, it was like immediate. They called it up on the ice, but you see the video on that. He's absolutely pushing the pad, which prevents actually, the pushing of the pad is what knocks the goal in. Right.
Yeah, well, and it was the right call. It should have been overturned, but Dave Jackson was talking about it, and he said that, it was a good goal because the contact was made outside the paint, but it doesn't matter. If his pad's being pushed in, it doesn't matter. Or pushed, the pad is being pushed. It's still going interference, no matter what. So, a good call there, but still 2-1. Hopefully Blues can get it going. But again, this is why that I said the Mammoth, they do have something to play for. Statistically, they don't, but they have the pride, going into the playoffs.
It's a tune-up, right? Get yourself, get your style of game right for the playoffs, and that's what they're doing here.
Yeah, I just, like I said, just circling back to everything. For me, it is just so difficult for me, and like I said, I don't think that this team is that far off. I do think that the changes that they made with Falk and Shen being gone, that was the right moves, and that makes your team in the right direction. I think the fact that it's Thomas's team now gives this team some boost, some confidence, and the ability to come out with a hotter start than they have in the last couple of years. But it's an if. I don't think you have to make too many changes in the offseason. I don't expect them to, but if it comes down to the fact of if we're looking in October, November, December, and you're looking at a team that's struggling, changes need to be made immediately.
Yes, I agree with you. I used to play golf. I will never take up that 4-letter word again. I'm sorry. I was not good at it at all. No, Justin, I agree with that. I really do. I think that you got to look at this team and say, so right now there are 2 UFAs on this team and 2 RFAs, right? The UFAs are Sunquist and Hull. Sunquist is gone. I don't see a spot for him on this team. I don't. Hull, that's an interesting one, but he was making 3.4. I'm not paying him 3.4. I might pay Hull 1.5. Pay Hull Sunquist money.
I would pay. If you want to, you can keep him as a depth piece. He hasn't played that bad for the Blues. He's not going to be some mainstay on this team when this team is competitive and in a playoff spot. Hall's not going to be here. And like consistently in the playoffs again, Hall's not going to be here. But paying him, I would pay him, 1.5, 1.25 if you can even manage that. His numbers aren't good enough for him to make a case that he should be making any more than that. You need to give him a 2-way contract to where he is able to go down and play in Springfield, because there's going to be times where he can go down. He can go down and play down there, and it wouldn't be an issue.
Chris goes, you picked up another 4-letter word that you're not good at. But I have a better opportunity to get good at that 4-letter word than I did the other 4-letter word. Yeah, Justin, I do agree with you. I do. I think that if you can get Hull for a little bit lower, yeah. Now, you have one more RFA. You have 3 RFAs. The RFAs you have, and I think you can keep all 3 of them. Well, you can keep 2 of them for sure. The RFAs you have, the 2 that I think you can keep no matter what, are Matthew Kessel and Jonathan Berggren. You can offer each one of them qualifying offers and probably signing for something close to the qualifying offer, right? Kessel is arbitration eligible, but he's not getting that much at arbitration. I mean, if he goes to arbitration, he's not winning arbitration, basically.
No, but Berggren's earned a spot on this team. Berggren's been very good for them. He's a good depth piece to have. For me, Matthew Kessel's a guy that I already know what I have in Matthew Kessel. This is why I've packaged Matthew Kessel in pretty much every deal that I've made.
Yeah, I saw that.
You can move Matthew Kessel and it would not hurt you, because Matthew Kessel's not going to be a mainstay on this team. He hasn't been. You know what you're getting with Matthew Kessel. He's still young enough to where he can develop, but he's not going to be much more than a third-line defensive pairing guy. So, you can throw him in there and he'll be completely fine. He's a good depth piece. He's a good guy just to have if have an injury or something like that. But for me, the one thing I'm going to be looking at, and that's going to be the storyline for me next year, is our next season. Going into next season, I don't think you have to make too many moves. Binnington would possibly be the one move you make if you were to make a move in the offseason. But Jordan Kyrou, Jake Neighbors, I don't see them going in the offseason. But those are my 2 guys that I'm watching in the beginning of the season.
There is one RFA that I am concerned about us signing.
And I would assume it's Holloway.
Holloway, right?
But
Holloway,
I give him the money.
Holloway, we're going to make him a qualifying offer. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. A qualifying offer is right about 2.5, 2.6 million. A qualifying offer is 10% more than what you're making now. Well, he's making 2.29, so 2.3. So you add 230,000 to the $2.6 million is a qualifying offer, right? The problem is he's not taking a qualifying offer. So Holloway would get offer sheeted twice. We've heard different things about its term, its money. I would be willing to almost bridge him because he's not a UFA until 2029-30. So you got 1, 2, 3 years till he's a UFA. I would look at paying, and he's had injury concern. So I would offer him 1, 2, 3 years at, and I double his salary, 4.6. He's making 2.3 now. I'd go to 4.6. What do you think about that?
I mean, it'd be great in theory, but the way that he's played when he's healthy, I would be almost okay with the St. Louis Blues giving him $5 million. I would be, and again, Holloway to me, again, it's going to be Broberg because I hate to pat myself on the back here, but I talked about it. Broberg, obviously you overpaid for the offer sheet. You were banking on him to work out. He's worked out tremendously. He's going to be the number one defenseman for this team. I called that in the beginning of the season. But again, the one thing that I talked about that I did call was when he extended, and I knew he would extend, and the reason he extended is because the St. Louis Blues believed in him and gave him a shot and gave him the minutes, gave him what he actually wanted that he should have gotten in Edmonton, and they did not give him. They treated him like garbage in Edmonton. His development didn't go anywhere in Edmonton because they continued to send him down to the AHL and bring him up to the NHL. He was arguably one of their best defensemen in the Stanley Cup playoffs in the finals against the Florida Panthers, and that's how they treated him. That's the reason he signed with St. Louis and extended.
And all they did was offer him a qualifying offer. They did not offer him a money offer. They offered him a qualifying offer. I agree with you. I don't agree with this statement. According to Matt Lowe, Holloway is one of those blue-collar guys you gripe about. When have I ever griped about a blue-collar guy? I don't think I've ever griped about a blue-collar guy. Justin, you're one of my biggest critics, and I know that, and that's what makes this show great in some ways. Have I ever griped about a blue-collar guy?
Well, no. Well, for one, you're not my biggest critic. I go on you because you do say some shit and then you do backtrack. And I think that you and I can both agree on that. You do backtrack a lot.
No offense, but you do too. You both do it. It's a guy thing. Well, okay, like a man thing.
And that's fine. And that's fine. That's fine. If we want to go that route, that's fine. And I expect nothing less. But still, I've stuck on almost everything I've said, and I haven't tried to backtrack. I've tried to say what I'm saying, and I try to stick with it. I've been on the Jordan Binnington bandwagon of getting rid of him the whole season. I've never strayed away from it. I've talked about it. I've had discussion about it. But most times when I have an opinion, I try to stick with it. And St. Louis, I don't know if you saw it yet, gets on the board here. Robert Thomas gets a goal. Robert Thomas. So there's a first line chipping in again.
That was how you play through the middle. That's how you keep the puck through the middle. And first of all, Matt Lowe said I was just giving me crap. So I'd like to think that for the most part, I'm not. I don't go back. I don't backtrack. I do say things at times that, yeah, maybe I wish I could have taken back, or maybe I shouldn't have said that, or heat of the moment. When you do this type of thing, you get heat of the moment type things, and you say things like I used to think when Torpachenko first come up. I saw a lot of Tarasenko and Torpachenko, and that went away because they coached the skill out of them, and I had that held over my head. You thought Torpachenko was as good as Tarasenko. No, that's not what I said. What I had said was
you saw potential.
He had the potential. Actually, I said you look at him and you watch his style of play, and it mimics a lot of Tarasenko's, the way he works in the corners, and his shot. He has a quick shot. Oh, he said Torpetinko. Actually, right there. That's one of them where you can see the skill taken out of them. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, right, we're all friends here. We are all friends, and we all need to remember that. And we know it gets heated sometimes, but we care about each other. We like each other, and it's a fun show, and that's what's important. By the way, I might get to talk about this show in Reddit, right?
Ooh.
And they have a big anti-show thing, anti-self promotion. Somebody put out, I'm looking for a podcast that talks about prospects, the draft, contracts. I want more information about that. And I responded to that. Well, I do a show, but I don't want to mention it because I don't want to get in trouble. And they came back and told me, since this is organic, this isn't you doing it. You can mention the show. And I did mention the show, and I mentioned the possibility of us doing a one-time post, and they shot that down. I had said, well, you let somebody else do it. Well, they took that post down. So I said, okay, I didn't know you took it down. That's fair. And then I came back and said, but you know what you should do is at the beginning of the season, have a thread, open it up for a week, have a thread that you allow guys to put out their podcast, to talk about their podcast, to inform people. If this Reddit is to inform people, you should allow that. One time, I'm not saying, you're spamming the group. You're putting out something that is, you're saying, here, this is your thread. You got a week, put it out, and then people can go back. If you want a podcast, go back and look at this thread. Here's a list of podcasts. Right? And I think, and they're open to the idea. How much would you pay a second line center knowing we're paying Thomas, our first line, and probably first liner, and probably see the price of a second line center? That's a good point. I would probably try and keep him in that $8 million. If we got a solid second line center,
I still think 4.55 mil.
No, you're going to have to pay a little more than that with the salary cap going up. I want to say that you need to be closer to the you need to be closer to that $7 to $8 million.
You're looking at anywhere between 6.5 mil to 7.5 ish for a second line center.
That's what I would think.
In this clap for, and that's fine. But my issue is I don't. People make a fuss about it, and I do understand that. But again, people harp on a lot of things, and cap is one of them. Cap is going up, so generally in the grand scheme of things, I never really have had an issue with the Kyrou and Thomas getting the $8 million. So yeah. I haven't had an issue with it. Yeah, they do it too early? I mean, you never know. I think that they just had faith that these guys would pan out for them. You'd hope that they show up a little bit more. But I've never had an issue with it because the cap's going up. So you're gonna have to pay guys. You have to be. It's like what I say about trades. You have to be realistic with trades. You can't just offer Tyler Tucker for Nathan McKinnon. You have to be realistic.
The fan trade.
You have to be realistic. Right? You have to be realistic.
Yeah, but we've also been hearing that this cap's been going to go up for years, and every year that they say the cap's going to go up, it only goes up just a hair more, a hair, not enough to really do a difference. So
by CBA, the cap's going up $5 million next year, right? So the going up a little, that was code for 3 years. It was a lock cap. It went up $1 million a year, and that hurt a lot of teams. Now we are going up to a point to where it's jumping. It jumped $5 million last year, which and I love Lance. I said the cap would go that much. No, it's only going up $3 million. I called that one. And it has been said it's going up at least $5 million this year. I think that's like a preset. It's already said it's going up at least $5 million.
Yeah, I mean, You're locking that up. I mean, well, first of all, and if that's the case, it's going up $5 million. You locked up two great players in Kyrou and Thomas for an extended period of time for just $8 million. In the grand scheme of things, that's not terrible. That is not terrible because the cap is going up. So it's not terrible. So anyone who says that they're bad contracts, yes, have they lived up to them in its all entirety? I think that for the most part, I think they've been okay. Obviously, the team has had a down year, of course, from an offensive standpoint. But still, you look at like someone like Robert Thomas. He has he just scored tonight, so that's 63 points. Kyrou has 46 now. Obviously a down year, from the Kyrou standpoint, but he can get up there. He's been generally, like Guy said, 75 points.
Yeah. Thomas is at 62.
There he is. Did you see it yet, Guy? There it is, baby.
You're about 35 seconds ahead of me, bud.
No, I'm not. I just saw it.
Yeah, well, you were clapping ahead. You were clapping before I saw it. So.
Oh well, I wasn't doing that because of the goal. I was doing it, but then I looked up and then we scored.
Okay.
No. So again, first line gets in on the scoring again. Robert Thomas again. Oh man, what a deflection that was! Holy moly.
Yeah. What a pass by Holloway.
Fowler.
No, it was Fowler. Sorry, it was Fowler.
Fowler.
What a perfect pass by Fowler. So now that puts Thomas at 63 points. So he needs one more, and it'll be a point per player game, and it'll be like 3 years in a row, 2 or 3, at least 2, and 3 of the last 4 that he's been a point per player game, right? My argument go ahead.
Yeah, point per game. No, I'm saying point per game. But Robert Thomas has played. He's missed 18 games. So. Yeah. Put in those 18 games. I mean, does he do anything in those 18 games? I would assume so. The thing is we talked about how he's had such a down year, but you look at what he's done since the Olympic break. I mean, it's just absolutely outstanding. The Blues first line has been the best line statistically since the Olympic break. They hold some of the best stats in the league. Jimmy Snuggerud, Robert Thomas, Dylan Holloway, they hold some of the best plus minus since the Olympic break, best goal differential. It's been outstanding to watch. So if you add those 18 games that he missed, you're looking at possibly at least 80-point season.
Yeah, Matt Lowe, I agree. I would like to see him get that assist that joined Federico. 5 consecutive years of what was it? 40 assists and 20 goals and 40 assists. Yeah. I would love to see that. I'd absolutely love to see that, bud. Man, now my head just went away. No, I'm on board with you. I think that. Well, I was just looking at this. So how many? I'm going to ask this straight up, and I'm asking this of Ashley and Justin, and for those of you that are watching, I know you're at a 15-second delay. You can chime in too. How many players, as of today, will play all 82 games? And then let's say how many players have played all 80 games, or 80 of the 82 games, right? So I'll go with Ashley. Do you know the answer to that, Asher lady? Ashman.
The only one I can think of that's probably played all is Fowler.
That would be correct. Today is Fowler's 82nd game. Hi.
Leia, can you say
Layla.
hi?
Yeah. Hi, Layla.
Okay, go watch your Disney movies now.
So who got close? Who got close? One, all 82. Who got 80 or better? Justin, you know?
I would say, are you asking me how many or who?
Either or.
Well, hang on. Let me think about this. How many? I think how many games? How many games? Broberg's got to be up there, right?
Broberg, today is his 81st game.
Okay, yeah.
Correct.
So I knew Broberg was in there because Broberg's been relatively healthy, which is great to see. Holloway Thomas not in there. Kyrou.
Hold on, I'll give you a hint. The other one would have had all 82 had he not gotten a healthy scratch.
All 82 if he didn't get healthy.
That would be Booch.
Bushnevich.
Yeah. Okay. So Bush. Well, it's for someone who obviously we talk about his contract. A lot of Blues fans have been harping on Bush, and like I said in the beginning portions of the season, absolutely well deserved. But then I look at what he's done and the fact that you have a guy that has played 81 games and got scratched for the one. And I think, for the contract, yeah, it's disappointing that he hasn't lived up to it as per se to most Blues fans. The fact that you get a guy that's played 81 games, at least you're getting some value there. It's not like he's been out, consistently.
But again, see, this is the thing everyone talks about when especially this season. This guy had a down year. That guy had a down. Well, the problem is everybody's had a down year. So to say that to down a player, and then his $8 million extension doesn't kick in until next year. So he still has every opportunity to live up to that $8 million extension, right? Matt Lou asked, did Rousey miss games besides yes, he did.
He missed 10.
10 games, yeah. So he's missed a total of 10, and I think he only sat one game, maybe two. I think it was a healthy scratch for one game.
I think it was only one. I think he was injured for 9.
Yeah, I think it was
on 2 different occasions. Yeah.
Right. So
he got scratched in Buffalo. He got scratched against the game against Buffalo in Buffalo.
Oh, okay.
Right. So Rousey only had the one scratch, and he was hurt. I think he had a lower body injury, but I don't remember what it was. Right.
I mean, you're definitely getting a nice chunk, and like you said, I think with Bush you're gonna see that. I think Bush is a guy that, for me, I think he's gotten a lot of. I think he needs to step up. He needs to be on the point sheet like Kyrou does as well. But at least Bush, at least he's in there consistently. And I do think that the contract looks bad now, but I think it'll be okay. I think it'll work out in the end, anyways. So that's just kind of how I feel about it.
Kyrou's a bit of an Iron Man. Yeah, Kyrou plays a lot of games, but he was injured this year. He might have had a concussion. Or didn't he get a knee to knee? Didn't he get a knee to knee in one game?
I think it was. Yeah.
Wasn't that knee to knee where he was out like 4 games that we were that
because we talked about it, because then he got because then the player safety did nothing.
Did nothing.
That was a knee on knee. I think he's got injured like twice. I think but they were minor injuries. The knee on knee one.
I think he had the knee to knee that we were all pissed off that player safety did nothing with, and then I also think that he was in concussion protocol for 2 or 3 games. Yeah. Right, and I remember him getting hit up against the boards. Right, not
which also should have been looked at and was not.
Right, so that's what I remember on that. I got to tell you guys, this is a great show. I love having Ashley on. I really do. We asked you and me. We're talking yesterday. Do you mind if I say what we were talking about yesterday?
Go ahead.
Right, you and Lance have almost universal rights to come on when you want. But I pulled that back a little bit and said, hey, now ask me since I have another co-host. And you're like on the edge of like, I would almost never say no. You know what I mean? I ask you guys, because I know you both can jump in on your own. I ask you not to do that, but ask me and I'll let you know. But other than that, this has been fun. And I know you said you want to, you know, next season be here more. Give me the heads up. And if things are good with me and Justin, or, you know, Justin's still good with it, this is both of us. This isn't just a guy thing. Got to make sure both of us are comfortable that day. We will bring you on more. Especially what I'd like to bring you on more for, if Justin is okay with this, and I hope he doesn't mind me kind of saying this over the air, is more like in the off season, we're going to do rank the players. We're going to do a draft. You know, what do we need for the draft? We're going to do another season preview, hopefully at Vitaly's again. You know, I'd like to have you do more of those shows also. Right.
Absolutely.
Justin, are you, and if you're not okay with it and you don't want to say it on the air, send me a message. But if you're okay with it, let me know.
Yeah, let me just pull out my phone real quick and like let me just be nonchalant about it, right? No, I'm fine with it. Come on, let's use our brains here. Believe me, I have no issue with it. I am, as you've seen, I'm not the guy to shy away from it. If I have an issue with something, I will say it. I have no issue doing that. So, no, I do not have an issue with it.
When she makes her own podcast, I'll have to sub from this one, unsub from this one, and watch hers exclusively. You wouldn't do that to me, Ashley, would you?
Oh, no, I'm not going to steal them.
Yeah, because I know that if you made your own podcast, I would lose about half, three quarters to half of my audience. I know that.
Dude, I wouldn't have my own podcast. I wouldn't know what to do without you. You're like the peanut butter to my jelly.
I know. This is not easy. This is not easy to do at all. Right?
Not at all.
You know, a lot of people think, oh, you just get on and talk. There's so much more.
Oh, there's so much more. And then there's your mind racing and what have I already said and trying to keep your thoughts organized. It's so much easier when you have somebody to toss those ideas to and keep you in check.
Yeah. And it's not just that. It's with everything that's going on, you know, the liveness of this show, you know, just to be able to talk. And then there's times where there's nobody responding and you've got to be able to, okay, what do they want to talk about? What can I get them to talk about? There's the time delay. There's, you know, and then setting this up, getting everything set up, especially on a live. Oh my goodness.
Equipment that you have is insane. And even like today, I have, because Leia has control of the TV, I have like my iPad so that I can watch the game, which I have an even bigger delay than you on my iPad. I have, you know, my computer, my headset. I have a setup, and I'm just like, this isn't even half of what Guy has. And this was a pain in my butt.
Yeah. And you know, when I'm doing it live, you can ask Justin or Ashley even, because I think Ashley's been at some of my life. Leave me the fuck alone when I'm doing it live, setting this stuff up. I mean, because there's so much going on in my head. I can't answer questions. Like, people want to help me. I don't know how to tell them how to help me.
Yeah.
I don't, because it's so like, this is what I have to do. This is what I'm so focused on how I need to set things up and where I want things. It's really hard. Justin's gotten, he's done a couple of them now that he knows that he'll line out cables and he says, okay, I know this cable goes there. I know that cable goes here, but he still doesn't have everything in my head. Like, I think he wants the camera here. So he'll kind of put the tripod where he thinks I want it and do things like that. Can we watch a clip of you freaking out for 82 games? I don't know if someone ever recorded me setting up a live, that's what you would see. I'll tell you, you asked Shockey. I almost the very first show this season almost did not happen, and not for the reason that we talked about. I almost threw a punch. Actually, no, it was the second show. Second show of this season almost didn't happen. Or no, it was the first show. Mm-hmm. That Sunday show almost didn't happen because I almost threw a punch. I absolutely almost threw a punch. I would have gone to jail that night. right?
I don't think I heard this story.
I'll wait until Justin gets back to tell it. Shockey, I think Shockey got there right after it happened. What happened? Kyler Yamamoto. Justin, do you remember what happened? Do you remember what happened in the first live we did at Vitaly's?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, it was a concern. It was a concern for you on every show, but yes, I do remember it was the individual who like pretty much like he like tried to put a chair or something, or I think it was, or like right next to the camera.
No, he set his chair right on my tripod.
Mm-hmm.
I have a $4,000 television camera. This is the same camera that a lot of news crews send their remotes out with. They modify it a little bit by adding things, but it's the same generic, it's the same camera, right? I don't have a cheap tripod. I have a very expensive design for this tripod.
Mm-hmm.
And I lock my tripod and I set it up and I tape it down. And this guy went and put a chair right on it. So because they were having their poker night. So he could put and his comment to me was, well, my food has to have a place to stay. If it wasn't for Justin getting between me and him, I would have thrown a punch.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, it was interesting. I knew that was the case. I knew that had to be protected. But I mean, honestly, I look at that one and then I look at the one where we probably could have made a meme. We got to go back and make a meme of Guy. Probably the vein popping out of his head when we're at the 25th show for my mom's birthday and honor and Roland and everything like that. People getting close to the camera and Guy just losing his shit every time that somebody got close.
Ashley
and just
was there for that one.
just was so paranoid about this camera, and I understood it, but and they responded a little bit more appropriately. They weren't rude about it. They did good. Even somebody that we that was a new listener who subscribed. I don't remember the name off the top of my head. That he was even nice enough to kind of guard the tripod and the camera in a way. He sat and kind of blocked everybody and away from it, directed people away. So
that's I can't replace this. I don't have the money. I don't have. I mean, I didn't take out a loan. I cashed in. This is when I was trying my website. I cashed in a 401k I didn't know I had. I cashed in part of it to start. Oh, fight. Oh, May you getting in. Oh, Broberg. I like seeing this. Now that's what you do. You get chippy on game 82. I like that. Oh, are you talking about the Scandella rant? Is that the one you're talking about? I have that one. I showed that one. I didn't I just recently show that one, Justin? I think so. The Scandella rant.
Yeah, you did. You did that very recently.
Yeah, that basically right there. That was Golf King. And Golf King unfortunately doesn't watch the show anymore. But trade Scandella for a bag of pucks, and I went off because it just doesn't work that way. That's not how things work. And Scandella, for what he was supposed to do, did his job very, very well. People wanted more.
I hated Scandella,
but he did his job very, very well. Everybody just thought he should do more. And I thought he did his job very, very well. Looks like we're going to have some penalties coming up.
No, I just didn't like that a certain somebody had a big crush on him, so I hated Scandella.
Oh, is this who I think it is?
Why did three guys jump on Nathan Walker?
I don't know. I didn't see what Walker did. I don't think he did anything.
You don't think he did anything. I think he was just being chippy, but then he was being chippy with somebody, and then two other Utah players come in and surround Nathan Walker 3-on-1, I'm like what are you doing?
Yeah, it was the end of the period.
He was probably running his mouth.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you
probably,
what.
Yeah. I just
which
noticed
I have no problem with. But from what the replay, I didn't see the whole the initial thing. But from the replay, that's what happened, and then the scrum happened.
He's jawing now. Did you see who went and talked to the officials? I think
I didn't catch it.
Neighbors went and talked.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if.
Robert Thomas was in this. Well, Robert Thomas was in the strap. So.
Okay. But I wonder if he made Thomas the de facto captain last game and Neighbors the de facto captain this game to see how things play out. 3-3. Blues get 2 goals that period, and so do the Utah Mammoths. I love that name. They have one of the better names in the league. The Mammoths get goals from Krause and Yamamoto, and the Blues get 2 from Robert Thomas, his 23rd and 24th of the year. He needs an assist or a point. He needs an assist to have 5 years with, I think it's 40 plus. I think he only needed the 3 points. I think he already met. Let me double check something here real quick. So right now he has 22 points, or 22 goals, 24 goals and 39 assists. So he needs 1 assist to have 5 straight seasons of 20-40. Right? So he needs an assist to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes to the fact of this first line just showing up. It's given this Blue team so much life, but again, this is my problem with teams like Colorado, Edmonton. That's my problem with teams like that. Is I don't want the Blues to be one dimensional, and I don't want them to. I don't want this team to turn into a one line team. And I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the culture is changing, obviously. But as for your consistent guys that are showing up every single night, and I'm not saying the other guys are not showing up, but showing up on the score sheet, they're getting points, they're getting, they're just kind of building the energy and effort for everybody else. I need the second line to show up consistently. I need the third line to roll as well. I need the fourth line to give me that energy that has been sorely missed this year. We need all 4 lines going. That's what makes the Blues the best.
I will agree with that. I will absolutely. By the way, Holloway got his 50th point this year with that assist on Thomas's second goal. Or actually, no, he got it on the first one, so he's got 51 points now. I missed it. He got an assist on the first goal. And this is a team that guys, I want to make sure I say this right. I know we handpick. This guy didn't do well. This guy didn't do. This is an entire team that underperformed this season. There is not a guy on this team that you can say performed to the level that you expected him to perform to.
I disagree.
I say that there might be one exception.
I disagree. Philip Broberg.
I also disagree.
Yeah. That's
Philip
the
Broberg.
one. That would be the one exception.
I can think of 2 more exceptions.
Okay, hold on. The reason I bring up, I don't count Broberg in as we expected, because we had no expectation with Broberg, because when he came in, we were okay with the trade. We weren't okay with the return on the trade. But
Broberg. Oh, Mayu, you mean? You're talking about you said Broberg. You're talking about Mayu?
Okay. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. So no, I'll take that back. Broberg, okay, I'll agree. Broberg, numbers wise, probably isn't where you wanted, but growth wise is there. I will agree with that. Right? Who are your other 2?
My 2 are Thomas is obviously right where he should be.
Hold up. Go ahead, Justin.
Oh no! All I was saying is Broberg's there because his numbers are obviously not what you want to see, but it's a career year for him. for the points wise, but still, their growth is there. But Broberg's not going to be a Cale Makar. I know that he's a first round guy, but he's not going to be some like offensive juggernaut that's getting 100 points in a season or 89 or 90 points. Could he be that? Possibly, but the way that he plays defensively, it makes up for the fact that he doesn't put 80 points on the board. So that's just my fact. And with Ashley, I know Ashley, you're going to give yours. I know the first guy you just said, I absolutely agree with. But go ahead.
Snuggy's my second. I mean, you can't say that you expected him to get 20 plus goals in his rookie season. You can't say that you're disappointed with that. So Thomas, Snuggy, Broberg, and I'll even agree with Mayu. So those 4.
I will take Thomas out of that because I thought Thomas was a 100-point player this year, and he's barely a point per player.
With his injury, though, point per game, that's on par for what he's been.
Thomas was never going to be a 100 points guy this year because he played with 25 different line combinations this year. He was never going to be that guy.
True point.
Robert Thomas has also, like Ashley said, he was injured. He missed 18 games. If Robert Thomas plays at what he's playing right now in those 18 games, you're looking at an 80 point season right there for Robert Thomas, just with those 18 games being missed. So obviously it's a what if statement. That doesn't mean that it would happen, but he's playing so freaking well right now that if he did that, if he's done what he's doing now in those 18 games, he would have easily had probably 85 points at the end of this year.
I think he should be a 100-point center, but he hasn't been. That's what I think. And yes, maybe I'm reaching for the stars there. But,
no, I don't think you are.
I don't think he's far off from it, but he's got to, not get injured to do it.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to not get injured, but he also needs to play with consistent line mates. He's played with the same 100%. Line. Yeah, he's played with it. He played with 25 different line combinations to start the year. He couldn't get anything going because of it. He had a switch of different line combinations. He got injured, of course. That's something that we've always kind of dealt with Robert Thomas. He's always good for at least one injury, which sucks. But when you play at a high level, when you play first line minutes, you're bound to get hurt at some point. You're bound to get hurt just playing hockey. So it happens. We'd like to see him fresher, but if he plays with a consistent line, I think he's a 100-point guy. Snuggerud has the same type of year that he had this year and even better next year. And Thomas shows up like he has been here. You could be looking close to 100 points. You could.
So in games that affect us, we'll cover this real quick. The Ducks are up 3-2 on the Preds with 7:32 to go in the second. We kind of need the Preds to win to make sure that we don't fall behind them, but the Ducks aren't helping us. And the Sharks are not helping us either by beating they are leading the Jets 3-1 with 7:15 to go in the second. So that kind of puts us, we're going to be in that 10th, 11th spot. Depending on what happens.
I could, to be honest, man, I could care less. Again, we're talking about sticks and stones here. Everybody's winning that first overall pick. It was never going to happen. The Blues were never going to tank. Tanking to me is illogical. Whether they're ninth, whether they're 7th or 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, I don't give a shit. They have 3 first-round picks. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter.
I'm on board with that. I just, now that the playoffs are gone, get the best draft pick you can. That's where my thought process is. And by the way, when you were talking about Thomas, the one thing, would you be upset if he got another goal or assist to tie Federico? Well, he doesn't tie Federico. Federico did it 12 times. His would only be his 5th. He would move into that same zone as Federico, but he wouldn't tie him. And I want him to do it. Snuggy has like 35 points in his last 30 games, and he's like a plus 25 or better. I don't know. I don't have it broken down like that. I can. It just takes a little bit of time. But,
he's been the best. He's been the best rookie since the Olympic break. and it's tough. It's tough to say that because you have a guy like Matthew Schaefer. You have some great rookies in this league, but Jimmy Snuggerud has been the best rookie since the Olympic break.
All right. Power play. Yeah. So, I talk about the 5 areas of hockey, right? And I know everyone argues with me on this, but there are 5 general areas of hockey: offense, defense, power play, penalty kill, and goaltending. And when I say offense, I mean offensive play, not forwards. When I say defense, I mean defensive play, not defensemen. Power play, everything else is goaltending in and of itself could mean goaltending plus defensive play, right? In those 5 areas of hockey, one of the things that had always been at the bottom was goaltending. This year, goaltending went right up to the top. But for next season, goaltending will probably be my number 5, my least area of concern. But the amount of concern I put on it would be like a 7, right? So it's area of concern from greatest to least, and then level of concern from 10 to 1. I'm not putting goaltending last and saying it's not a concern at all. It is. And until I see them come out and play like they're supposed to, it's going to be a 7 or an 8, even though it's down at the bottom. The power play is probably the thing that I would put at number 1 right now. I think not just power play. I'm going to say, if I was to go through the 5 areas of hockey right now, I would go power play, penalty kill, offense, defense, goaltending. Power play, level of concern, 9.5. Penalty kill, level of concern, 9.5. Offense, level of concern, 8.5. Defense, level of concern, 7.5. It's gotten better. Goaltending, level of concern, 7.58. Yeah, maybe I have a higher level of concern, even though it's lower, but it's shown more than the defense has, in my eyes. We had 6 shutouts this season, and I think 3 of them came after the All-Star break when the defense started playing better. Goaltending started playing better, so that's why it's kind of that would be my numbers.
The thing for me, obviously, in those 5 areas, I'm not going to grade them because I don't want to get into a crazy discussion about that. We can kind of tackle that in the off season. It's a good point. For me, the biggest area, if you're going to pick out of that one, the biggest area the Blues need to work on is the power play. The power play is it's good. I'm mixed on it. It's good when it's in the zone and they're passing it around. It's not good when they can't get in the zone. They struggle getting into the zone, but when they do actually set up on the power play, they look very good. They struggle getting to the setup.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But I also feel like sometimes they just struggle with getting set up regardless, not just on the power play. Yeah, so that's why I almost put offense before the penalty kill. I'm almost more penalty or power play, offense, penalty kill, defense, goaltending.
And I can see that because, like I said, my level of concern on him was almost the same.
Well, right? it's almost difficult because. Sorry.
I got the
problem I have. Okay. The problem I have is with the offense. I think it'll come, and I think the culture is getting better. Of course, I think they're going to have a hotter start than they did this year. But my thing with the offense is, damn, I lost my train of thought. I literally just had it. Man, how did I just lose this? I just was talking. I think the offense, it's going to come, of course, but that's what it is. Sorry. My problem is the special teams. Special teams, the reason I have the biggest issue with it is because if you look at the teams that are above and are winning and playoff teams, they're good on the special teams. And it's disappointing to me that you have to bank on that. But if your special teams is good, you're likely a playoff team.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. But if you're not good offensively in general, you're not going to be good on special teams. It's kind of how I feel. So I feel like you've got to put offense closer to where you're putting the power play, because you can't be good on the power play if you're not good with offense.
Well, again, so let me counter this with this. So you don't like the Avs. I don't like the Avs either. But let me counter with this. The Avs are good offensively, right?
Yeah.
The Avs have one of the worst power plays in the league. So, I get it. It could just be an anomaly. But we played the Avalanche a couple times. They didn't really get anything going on their power plays. But I think they're at like at 18%, 19% clip. And that's for a team that has 50 something wins on the year, I believe, or what is it, 50 something, 60? So how would that team be so, how would that team be so anemic on the power play? And I do think that it has to do with too many cooks in the kitchen kind of thing. I think a team like that would be good on the power play, right? They're not.
I think that part of it is because they don't have to be, and they're at 54 wins. Well. But yeah, I think that they didn't focus on it as much because look at how good they are, 5-on-5. They didn't have to focus on it.
Well, and that's a good point. And that's why I'm like, it's for me though, it's not a telling portion because I just said that it is kind of telling, but it is telling in a way because if you are good on the special teams, the teams seem to be pretty viable. Whether you're good on the PK side or the penalty or the power play side, it seems that the teams that are higher in that category are the teams that are likely your playoff teams because there's a lot of penalties in the NHL. There's a lot of power plays, a lot of penalty killing going on. If you're good at it, I think your team is usually in a good spot. I would like to see the team play good 5-on-5 because that's what I care about. I care about 5-on-5 hockey. If you're playing good 5-on-5 hockey, you are earning your wins. You're earning your points that way. Power plays and penalty kills, I have mixed bag on those. I think that any team in the NHL, they should be able to play pretty decently on the power play and the penalty kill, or the power play at least, because you have a man up. You should be realistically better in that stat, but not everybody's going to be great at it.
Yeah. Well, look at Colorado. Wouldn't they have one of the worst power plays in the league?
Yeah, we just talked about it. We just talked about it. That's what I just talked about.
Actually, you didn't get to see this earlier because you stepped out, but that's what I'm dealing with today.
Oh, you must have got really toasty when you flipped that kayak.
Yeah. Didn't have enough sunscreen on me to begin with, and after I take my shirt off, didn't put it on there until it was too late. So my whole body is like that. My back's like that. My legs are like that. So I didn't sleep well last night. That's why I was late coming to the show, because I fell back asleep just because I haven't gotten any sleep. So I'm trying to keep moisture. I have aloe from Banana Boat that I'm putting on my skin, trying to moisten it up so it doesn't stay dry. But at the same time, all the moisture is getting sucked out of me. So just trying to do my best to keep that from happening. We're getting ready to start the third and final period. Well, final regular period of the Blue season. This could go to overtime. Great discussion today, guys. Both of you. Great discussions. And one thing I was going to bring up, Lance had told me, and I don't know if he's still watching. He was watching earlier, saying, sorry, he couldn't show up today. Wasn't feeling good. He had told me that Snuggerud wasn't going to get any Calder votes. And I actually think he's going to come in fourth. I think he may come in fourth. The 23 goals and 52 points or 51 points, I think that's going to get him into that fourth spot. And if he doesn't, it's going to be a lot closer. There was a thing on X, the NHL had put out, they'd asked them 16nhl.com players, and by the way, they dropped the puck into the third period, 4-on-4. Oh, okay. So that was the penalties. What were the penalties? Penalties ended up going to Broberg and Cooley, both for roughing. Just go ahead.
Jimmy Snuggerud's going to get votes, and I do see him sliding into that 4th spot. If Jimmy Snuggerud had played how he has, and like I said, I don't think he's been necessarily bad in the first half. I just think that he was kind of getting used to things, kind of getting into click. He was also sliding in and sliding out of the top line, second line, third line, just everywhere. This team was everywhere. So I think that it was him trying to get into the groove of things in the first half. He's really broke out here in the second half, and people know, although most fans and most media don't really tend to give the Blues much credit, a lot of people know Jimmy Snuggerud's a fantastic player, and a lot of people have him ranked as probably going to be one of the better youngsters in the league for in the future. Like you look at Matthew Schaefer, you look at Nikishin, you look at all these young guys, and a lot of people have Snuggerud being possibly having a higher ceiling than those guys in the very end of it. So you don't know. This is his first season. I think he's going to be even better next year. If he's got 50 plus points this year, I mean, you're possibly looking at a 60 point, 65 points, maybe even 70 point season if he plays how he's playing. So.
Yeah, I don't completely disagree with that. Hi, Will. Man, my voice is all over the place. I see Will hanging out in the corner there for Ashley. Oh man, now I'm not thinking. Yeah, no, I agree. I think he is going to be that guy. And not only that, like next year, we could have we had 3 Rookie of the Year candidates this year. 2 of them didn't pan out as much as you hoped they would. Actually, I think Broberg will get votes too. Or not Broberg, Mayu. I think Mayu will get votes. I'm sorry about that. I think Mayu will get votes.
Yeah, right? But Mayu won't be in. Mayu won't be like anywhere in the top guys there, but he might. But he's not going to get any first. He's not going to get a crazy plethora of votes.
No, he's going to get some fifth place votes. That's what he's going to get. I'd say he gets 5 fifth place votes.
Again, and this goes along with what we've been talking about, how you said that, again, I'm going to go back and say it, that this is a prelude. The Utah Mammoth are not resting guys. They're playing their lineup that they're going to be playing for the playoffs. This is the type of stuff you're going to see. These 2 teams are going to be good for years to come, while eventually the Avalanche, the Dallas Stars, they're going to be aging. Obviously, they still have some young pieces, of course, but Dallas and Colorado are in that win now kind of category. Utah, the Blues, Chicago, they're all going to be good. So in a couple of years, we're going to be looking at a complete shift where teams like Colorado and that are going to be lower, while the Blues, the Mammoth, the Minnesota Wild, you would like to hope if you're a Minnesota fan, of course, and the Blackhawks, they're going to be up in the top of the Central. Yeah. So, and you're starting to see it. You're seeing the competitiveness in this game.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you there. Absolutely agree with you there. I think that's what's happening. You're dead on with that. Dvorsky is the one. While Dvorsky's had a decent season, he's the one that I would have hoped would have been a little better, right? Or at least gotten more in the Calder conversation. He's not going to be in it at all. I don't see him getting a vote.
Which is why this is why I've kind of harped on the whole idea of this team needing a second line center. Now you could try to get that, and you can try to trade something else for that. But the thing is you don't want to destroy your pipeline, what you have lined up. I think Justin Carbonneau is going to be good for this team. He looks like a blue-collar guy. I think Adam Yurchek's going to be good for this team. But you don't want to destroy this prospect pool that you're building. So, obviously, yes, you can wait it out. But my issue is how many more seasons can you go where you do the same stuff over and over again? You start slow, then you make a miracle run, or you try a miracle run in the second half, and you either get in or you don't, and then it leads to maybe a first round exit. Us Blues fans, we're going to show up regardless. That's what I talked about in my video, that St. Louis, how we've talked about it, you've talked about it all season, that we've talked about it. St. Louis is a destination sports city. That place knew the St. Louis Blues were eliminated from the Stanley Cup playoffs, and there was not a freaking empty seat in the goddamn house in both games. Both games. Full house, full arena, and you knew the St. Louis Blues were not in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's
why when you say St. Louis in and of itself, that doesn't, and then you couple it with the word destination city, it doesn't compute with some people. But you need to understand the fanhood that is there. And when you understand that, and then the cost of living in the Midwest, especially with taxes and things like that, it is much better for players than you know. And then the strong alumni group that both the franchises have, because the two main franchises are the Cardinals and the Blues, and both have very, very strong alumni groups. It does. It helps build that strength and makes other players. Sunquist is Swedish, right? Is Sweden? Is that right?
Is he sweet? He might be. Yeah, I think so.
I'll look it up here in a second. I got it on me.
But you look at that, and just going back, like, yes, you have strong fan bases for St. Louis, and that's why I said St. Louis is a destination sports city. So they just show up for their teams, and in the grand scheme of things, they talked about it on the radio. Montgomery even elaborated on it, which I like Montgomery's description a little better, because it does show that you do care. Because the radio made it sound like, okay, the Blues, the fans of St. Louis don't want to see championships, they just want to see compete. And although I agree with that, they want to see compete, they still want to see cups. Every city wants to see cups. They want to see championships. But at the end of the day, the St. Louis faithful always show up. Like I just told you, I was at both games. The Blues didn't have the St. Louis Arena Enterprise Center did not have an empty seat in there, and the Blues are eliminated from the playoffs.
No,
yeah.
I've been in that situation before too, where I've seen that. You said, and John, I don't think either one of us said that. I don't think either one of us did. We may have said that other people said it and you thought that we said it, but I do not think that either one of us believe that. Sometimes, John,
what?
You had brought up something else that you thought I said, and I forget what it was, but I went back and it was the context of how I said it. I was speaking in someone else's voice, and you didn't catch that. Sometimes when I say things, I'm speaking in someone else's voice, or saying that someone else said this, and you think it's because it's coming out of my mouth that it's me that says it, and it's not always true. Just so you know, and if you need to talk to me offline, you're more than welcome.
I don't know. I still don't know what you're referring to.
John said, you said fans will stop coming if we lose. And I don't.
No, none of us ever said that.
Yeah, I think we may have said that. Others have said that fans will stop coming.
No, I don't even think we've discussed. The only thing that we've ever said about St. Louis and the fans here is it's a destination city. That's all we've ever said here. And the Blues show up. And again, that's why I wanted to talk about my experience going to the games, because the Blues are eliminated. All the Blues fans knew it, but they still showed up. They were still in the arena chanting "Let's go Blues." The countdown to the end of the game in Minnesota, they were chanting "Let's go Blues, let's go Blues." Yep. Same thing for the Pittsburgh game. You don't do that if you don't have a strong fan base. The St. Louis faithful will always show up, whether the Blues are winning or losing in the playoffs, not in the playoffs. They will always show up.
I'm with that. I kind of actually agree. There's there is a negative thing to winning a cup, especially after you didn't win one when it took you 50 years to win one. At the beginning of the show, I don't think. I think you're misunderstanding what was said, John. I really do. I do not think that we
What
said
show? This show?
This show, yeah.
No,
I'm not sure where Ashley is. Will showed up and she popped out, so she'll pop back in when she can.
Yeah, no, we definitely didn't say that.
I may have said I may have said I thought it was amazing how the fans showed up.
Maybe, but I don't. I've been here from the start. I don't even think that we really talked about the fans in the beginning.
I don't either.
But again, it's the same way I feel about the Cardinals. Look at the Cardinals. They're going through a harsh rebuild. They're not going to be in the playoffs. St. Louis faithful are still going to show up for the Cardinals. It's a city. I mean, look at the Battlehawks, for Christ's sake. I've been to one Battlehawks game, and oh my god, dude, the atmosphere is incredible, dude. It's incredible. I mean,
well, I remember when the Battlehawks. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Are you done?
Yeah, no, you're good. Go ahead.
All right. I apologize for that. I sometimes I don't know. Sorry. I remember when the Battlehawks, when the XFL was part of the XFL and it was first here, and the Battlehawks played, when they originally were only selling the lower level, and they sold it out so quick they had to open the second level. You know, spring football, not the NFL, and this place sells out. You know, almost sells out. It tells you the NFL was completely wrong by leaving, and the owner forced it, and the NFL should have called it out and made him sell the damn team.
And people wonder why everybody hates freaking Stan Kroenke's guts. I mean, it should be an absolute crime that the St. Louis Rams were taken out of St. Louis. It should be a crime because this with the way that this city showed up for the Blackhawks or the Battlehawks. Sorry, not Blackhawks. Battlehawks. It's just incredible. So
no, it is. Hey, actually, at the beginning of the show, did we say anything about fans will stop coming?
I don't remember that.
I don't think so either. Right? Kelsey says Battlehawks hard opener, Cards home opener, and Blues games brought about 100,000 people into St. Louis on the same day to watch sports, and they all won. So actually, what we're talking about earlier in the season, the opener was earlier, but just the regular game. By the way, Dante's Inferno was at the last two games. I should have had you meet him, Justin. I didn't think about it. I had other things in my mind. I apologize about that. I had talked about for free agents, because we were doing bad. Well, what free agent wants to come here? And I had said something along the lines of, and I forget who, I think I said it to one of Justin's podcasting friends, that there are certain destination cities in the NHL, and St. Louis is one of them, right? That free agents look at St. Louis as a place they want to come, right? Because of the fan base, because of the alumni group, because of the, and not just our alumni group, the Cardinals alumni group, and that the fans in St. Louis, for the most part, really, really do support the team and support the players. Now, if you get on the bad side, they will destroy you, and we see that with Kyrou. And don't mean to go there, but I think that the media and the fan destroyed Kyrou, and that's one of the things. And we'll get back. It just brought Justin. We talked about this a little bit about Jordan Kyrou needing a change of scenery, right? For me, the change of scenery that Jordan Kyrou needs is the scenery around him to change, not him to go someplace else. He needs the media to understand he's not a media darling and not treat him like shit. And he needs the fans to understand that he's struggling right now, and he needs their support, not their constant, you're not playing good enough, go somewhere else, get out of here, the booing, whatever. That's the scenery change the scenery that he needs, because I think that he is a core asset. Do you disagree, bud?
No, I don't disagree with that fact. But the problem is the problem now is, it's, for me at least, I could be wrong. Ashley. I could be wrong, Guy. You could tell me if I'm wrong. It's too far gone. It's too far gone. You want that scenery change. You want that type of thing to happen. What the media did, how the fans have been. I'm sorry. There is too many people that think that way about Jordan Kyrou that it will not change. So we can hope and pray for a change of scenery, but it's too far gone. The only way that I see him being that guy is if he is leading this team in goals and he's putting up the 75 points that he has done. That's the only way. But even then, I still think he's going to have his distractors. I just think that there's too many people that have overturned on Kyrou that I don't think it's ever going to go back to, okay, he's on this team, I love him on this team.
I absolutely 100% agree with that.
I mean, I do and I don't, because I've seen so many players that have turned it around in the end. But you're right that he would have to go and do the 75 points that everybody's expecting and tighten up defensively to the point that they're seeing consistent play out of him. And I don't know that it'll happen quick enough where it would be good for him.
The thing is go ahead, Justin. You first.
No. I just was saying, for me, the defensive thing, I'm okay with his defensive. I think that these two seasons are the best two-way Jordan Kyrou that we've ever seen. My issue is the consistency. We talk about the St. Louis Blues being inconsistent, not finding the identity. I think they're finding their identity now. The young blood is coming in, but the problem with me and Jordan Kyrou, and I love Jordan Kyrou, is the consistency factor. I can't have Jordan Kyrou get an assist, get a goal, and then go 8 to 13 games without having a single point. I'm sorry. It can't go that way. It just can't.
I'm with you on that. But again, he was also hurt by we're going to change the lines and have 25 different combinations in the first, however many, months to try and get something going. That inconsistency is going to cause inconsistency.
I do agree with that, and I do think that the shakeup still does happen on the second line, and that's why I've been such a key component on getting a second line center. Maybe your thing is, I know you guys said that you don't really think drastic change is needed right now, but that's why I think that maybe if you bring in a solidified second line center to play with Jordan Kyrou and not just have a mismatch of Suter, Bush, whoever else you want to put on that second line center, Dvorsky. If you have a consistent, solidified second line center to play with Jordan Kyrou, who knows? Maybe he gets back to that prominence. Right now, he doesn't have a consistent guy that he plays with every night in, night out. Bush is probably the closest thing to that.
And he's not a center.
And he's not a center. He's not a center. He's a winger. So,
yeah. No, I agree with that. And my issue is, and I've talked about Ashley. Do you remember? I think you were on with the show, because I remember bringing it up and you and me talking about it. There was a game we did a game day show. Kyrou scored 2 goals and had an assist, and he was the number 1 star. And at the press conference, Berube gets asked about Kyrou and scoring the goals and that, and Berube says, yeah, that was good. He was okay offensively, but he turned the puck over 2 or 3 times in the blue zone or in the neutral zone.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not imagining that happening.
No, you're not imagining that it happened.
That right there, that moment is the moment for me that all the Kyrou distraction happened.
It is.
Because there are so many Berube lovers here, right? I remember 2 years ago, I sat right behind the goal, and I got on Berube about him being gone. The people that were in that section, the lower section I was in, I thought they were going to skin me alive.
Yeah. I remember after your article, I thought everybody was going to skin you alive.
Go ahead.
What is it? No, I just wanted to say Holloway, absolutely glorious chance in front there. Just misses. I think a good save by Vamelka there. First, I just, for me, and again, I know it's a thing with this team that we've seen the second half be such a stronger portion of this team and a stronger version of this team. But I just look at these games, and although it is just a second portion of this season, the way that the first line has just dominated every line that they've played and just consistently just been like a pain in the ass for everybody to play. Even in the small sample size, it's still good. Obviously, you want to change the narrative. You want them to do that in the beginning portions, which I do think that they will do, because I think going into next year or next season, you need to sign Dylan Holloway. It's a must. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. You need to sign Dylan Holloway, and I think Dylan Holloway does stay here. I think at first he wanted to stay with Edmonton. Edmonton didn't match, but I think that the Blues have really given him a role, and he's playing on the first line, and he's a young player. He wants to have all the possibility to excel and grow and be the best that he can. So I think that he's going to be on this team anyways. I think they'll sign him. What they sign him to, I don't know. But that's going to be your first line heading into the next season. You have a solidified line that you're going to stick with. You're not going to change it up like you did this year, where it's 25 different combinations.
Yeah, I can see that. Ashley, that article that you're talking about, I talked to Jim Thomas about this, because after I wrote that, and when I was still in the groups and I put it in the group, did I get roasted?
Oh, you did.
But you go back, and everything I put in that article was dead on right.
It sure was.
Everything that I said in that article was.
And you know what's hilarious is it's about to happen to him again in Toronto.
Yeah, right. I talked about how he doesn't handle young players right, how he tries to change their style of game and things like that. And I said that it might not be the right guy. I hit that nail straight on the head.
You sure did.
Right. And yeah, I got roasted. I got roasted like a mother.
I think that's when I got kicked out of the groups, was when I was defending you for that article in those groups.
Yeah.
Because I got kicked out of all of them.
Yeah.
Toronto doesn't have. First of all, Toronto has a massive, bigger issue, and the fact of it is Berube's was not the right guy, and I do think he's a good coach. I think that he's obviously an older school coach. He's not as. I don't think he's as out there as like a guy like John Tortorella, but I think that he is a good coach, just not for Toronto system. But they have a bigger issue, and their bigger issue is they don't back their captain. They don't even come to their captain's aid when he gets kneed in the knee and gets taken out for the season. So they have a bigger issue than just coaching over there.
Austin Matthews met the press today and talked about. It does not sound like he's coming back. It absolutely sounds like he.
I told you, guys. I told you those ties are done, bro. Those ties are done. If Austin Matthews is still a Leaf heading into next season, I would be shocked. Those ties are severed, man. The Toronto fans don't want him there. His own teammates don't want him there, clearly. I would be shocked if he's a Maple Leaf going into next year.
What? I thought that was top 10 protected. I don't think that they would fall out of the top 10. I don't think. I could be wrong. You probably know more than I do. This isn't a bad stand by, bud. This isn't a bad. He says, could it be we're dominated because the opposition doesn't show up at the end of the season? Maybe the last 2 or 3 games, but not the last 30 games. So
Yeah. It's believe me, if you watch this team, it's not luck. It's not luck either. It's not like this line is going out there and getting lucky. They're getting some pretty filthy goals out there. They're scoring some great goals, and they're just dominating their opponents on every asset of the game. Forecheck, back check, ozone time. They are just making it a pain to play them. And yes, they need to do that from the jump. And I do think that they will do that next year because, like I said, like we talked about, this line will be your first line going into next season. You're not going to get a flip-flop of different line combinations.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
Well, let's welcome in the man, the myth, the legend, the drop, Lance Scott. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling a bit better now. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, man. Yeah. You know, like I was telling Ashley earlier, you and her, the two people that have almost unlimited, you come in when you want. But with me and Justin both now, I'm asking that you guys ask me ahead of time. But more than likely, we're going to let you on. So you know that, my friend.
Yeah, I normally ask ahead of time anyway, just to be courteous.
Yeah, you do. So does Ashley. They both do. And I appreciate that. But, Lance, I got to call you out on this one. You told me that you didn't think Snuggerud would get any votes for Rookie of the Year. And I think he's going to come in third, maybe fourth. Well, no,
I don't think so.
Fourth or fifth.
I think there's too many other good young players. I just don't see it. There's too many other guys these guys can give these votes to. And most people, people in St. Louis know how good Jimmy Snuggerud is and know how good he's going to be. A lot of people outside of St. Louis don't know. Well, I mean, the only way I would say a lot of teams know about him is because, their teams have been asking for some of the youth in a trade. Some of those people that put, mock trades out, Jimmy Snuggerud and Kyrou for this guy and this guy and stuff like that. Most of those voters aren't going to know a lot about Jimmy Snuggerud. Some of them are, but most of them aren't.
Hold on. I got to disagree.
Oh, my goodness. Guy. Oh, my goodness. What a filthy goal by Logan Mailloux.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
The reason, I'm sorry about that, Lance. The reason I disagree, there was a poll that NHL.com did of 16 writers, and they did a 5-4-3-2-1, and Snuggerud ended up in fifth with 11 votes. But now he's gotten the 22 goals and the 50 points. I think he's going to get closer to fourth. I don't think he'll get top three, but I think he's going to get fourth. He's going to be fourth or fifth.
I saw Sportsnet. I think MSG had one too, and he wasn't even on the top 10 list to vote for. That's why I'm saying a lot of people outside of St. Louis aren't going to be thinking Jimmy Snuggerud when it comes to the Calder.
Who votes for that? Is that media?
They were. Oh, sorry. I was just commenting on the game. The Mammoth were. I don't think they were contemplating a challenge, but they were talking about it that they could have challenged possibly for offsides. But I think Suter does a good job of actually not going offsides, and they were talking about how it was a good no challenge by the Utah Mammoths. So.
Yeah. Did he drag us? I didn't see it because I was talking to Lance. Did he drag his skate?
No, it was a weird thing. They're going to show it on the replay here, but it's because Suter doesn't touch this puck that that's what makes this play not go offside. So
it's delayed offside.
I think it was a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right there. Yeah, Kyrou's able to come back, but it makes it a delayed offsides. Delayed offside, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Chris Shockey says he thinks the press votes for it. If the press votes for it, I could see him coming in fourth. I really do see him coming in, especially 22 goals. That's what, second or third among rookies?
Not happening, guy. I'm sorry. I just know how these guys on the East Coast and West Coast vote. Unless you're talking about Chicago and maybe Detroit, since they're a legacy team and original six, they may vote for a guy like that. But I just don't. I've talked to a lot of media about Jimmy Snuggerud, and a lot of them know about him, but they don't know how good this guy is. I'm not saying people in St. Louis, if somebody in St. Louis like Strickland or Rutherford has a vote, I'm not saying those guys won't vote for him. I'm saying that the national press, he's not going to get many votes, if any.
Well,
that was my point. I'm not saying the guy's not worth it. I think next year he could be a 60-point guy, easy.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about that. Well, Lance, on the show, I got a bet for you. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
If Snuggerud is 5th or higher, you owe me lunch at Red Robin's. If he's 6th or lower, I owe you lunch at Red Robin's.
That's fine.
Is that good? Are we on?
Yep.
Right. We're on. And you know why I bring up Red Robin, right?
Yeah, I know.
First time we able to sit down and meet, not over video, was at a Red Robin, and I think we went through 4 baskets of fries.
Oh yeah, it was unlimited fries, of course.
Yeah.
I think I ate more fries than I did burger.
Yeah. Well, Utah with the empty net. Now this is perfect time for Thomas to get that assist. 1:23 to go.
That effort from Robert Thomas, he almost strips this puck from I don't know who he almost strips it from, but he almost gets the empty net himself.
I don't think I'm behind. I think I'm caught up.
No, this was before. You already saw it. It was when Thomas lifted the stick and he just didn't get the puck. It was out of reach.
Can I talk about Kyrou for a minute?
Yeah, go.
I'm still seeing these national writers like Elliot Friedman and Chris Johnson up in Toronto, all talking about how Thomas and Kyrou are still available. And they've gotten things so wrong. I've told you this, and you know this guy. The Blues did not once call people and say, "I want to let you know Robert Thomas is available." Teams called about Robert Thomas. Steen and Armstrong were not shopping him. They weren't calling teams about him, and they weren't calling teams about Kyrou. They were taking offers on Kyrou. My big thing about Kyrou is the guy has averaged, I think, 62 points over all his seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know who's averaged 66 that people say is a generational player?
Bedard, right?
Connor Bedard.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard is. I know he's been hurt, but Kyrou's been hurt too. Connor Bedard has averaged 66 points a season, and he's supposed to be elite and generational. Jordan Kyrou has averaged 62. Now, I'm not saying Kyrou is Bedard. I'm not saying that. Yeah. What I'm saying is before you trade Kyrou, number one, you better get a haul for him. I'm talking 3 to 4 pieces, and you better make sure you got somebody that's going to make up those points in one of the young guys. If you can do that, I'm all for trading the guy. I love Jordan Kyrou, but if you can make your team better and make sure you can replace those points, I don't really care if he's traded. In fact, I think for his sake, he would thrive somewhere else better because the media here doesn't like him. And it's hard to play in a city when the media doesn't like you.
Oh, I said that. I absolutely said that. Oh, Thomas with a hat trick.
I would have loved to see Robert Thomas get the assist there, but man, another hattie for him, his second of his career. Snuggerud gets another point in this one. This first line, man, it's something special. You know.
No, it is. You're right. It is something special, and that's nice to see him. I wonder if they'll keep him pulled though. I wonder if they'll pull.
I wouldn't imagine so. I think there's only there are 35 seconds left. I don't see it.
Yeah. No, they're not going to keep it pulled.
Yeah. We're gonna stay around for about 10 minutes after the game. Lance, are you good with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ashley?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Normally, I haven't been doing post-game shows, but since Lance showed up late, I'm like, screw it. We're doing a post-game show tonight. We're going to talk about what we're going to talk about. Sucks this is the last show I can't get the comment. Our Blues are playing. Go ahead, Ash.
I think he meant with our Blues playing.
Yeah, that's what I think he meant too. And 0.1 seconds left. Oh, no, that's it. They called it. And with that, the 2025-26 St. Louis Blues NHL season comes to a close. The Blues finish with 86 points, if I get that right. 86 points. They will be in the 10th or 11th draft pick spot, which, fine. They did really good with Dvorsky. That's the thing. That's why going from 5 to 10 doesn't affect me, because I think that we have really, really good scouts and draft ability, that it's going to help this team. And I think we have draft equity.
You have it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal because you have 2 other picks. You have 3 picks in the first round. It doesn't hurt you. If you're talking about a team that is possibly, I would maybe make a better case if the Blues just had their pick and that was it. Yeah. That's not the case here. The Blues have 3 picks in the first round. Yes, the Colorado one's going to be late. The Detroit one's going to be, I think it's 15th, 14th, something like that. And I think, if I'm correct, I thought the Detroit one could even move up. I thought.
No, it's at 14. Pardon me. It's either 14 or 15. Right.
Okay. Still middle of the pack. Still a good pick there, because you're getting. First of all, if you go into that 10th or 11th, you get that 10th or 11th, and you get a 14th possibly, and then you get the late pick. So you have picks to work with. You could possibly shop them for something, maybe a piece or something, or you can just make all 3 picks. This draft supposedly is very deep, from what I'm hearing. It's going to be deeper than next year's draft. So with the way the Blues scout, I think that they'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
So
this year's draft is deeper with defensemen. I would say when it comes to centers and wingers, it's a little bit above average besides your top 5-6 guys. But I think 5 years down the road, you're going to see some good solid defensemen, number 2 to 3 and 4 guys that can really fill in for your team. But yeah, I do think it's really deep defense wise. There's some guys that are big bodies that are still growing into those bodies. I'm not going to say they're Chris Pronger, but there's a couple guys, and I can't remember their name off the top of my head. I'm having a bad memory day. And they're 6'4", 6'5", and 220 pounds. And they're pretty good for the age they're at. And yeah, could they flop? Of course they could. But I think it's going to be a deep defensive run. I think that the Blues can find some good value defensively at that pick, which was 13th a couple days ago. But you guys are right. It's either 14th or 15th with Detroit right now. But if I'm the Blues, I use that pick for defense.
It's
I think the Blues definitely take a defenseman. They definitely take at least a defenseman in this draft. And yes, you probably take a defenseman with the Detroit pick. The 10th, whether they get the 10th or the 11th pick, it'll probably be best available if I had to take a guess. But who knows? You never know how things turn out. Like, you don't know who might shock you and who may take somebody that you may not expect. I've been hearing a lot about a kid, Caleb Malhotra, I believe is what his name is. Yeah. I don't know if he's a defenseman. The Blues, they could be aiming for him. I saw some good highlights of him. So I don't know much about prospects. I don't get the time or the day to really go and watch that type of stuff. So, prospects is not really my forte, but.
Yeah. So here's where we're at. The Blues are right now in the 10th spot. They could pick either 9th, 10th, or 11th. The Predators are tied. If this game stays tied, the Predators get the point. We stay in 10. So we have the 10th, the 15th, and the 29th through 32nd. So the worst at bottom pick, or the best at bottom pick, is going to be his 29. And it could be 30, or 28, and it could be 29, 30, 31, or 32. So that pick, the best it can be is 28. And that's that's better draft equity than we had 3 years ago when we got Devo, Lindstein, and Stenberg, right? We got Stenberg in the 20 area. Now we're talking having something in the 15. I think I would be willing, now that pick has moved up a little bit better, I'd be willing to trade pick 10 and 14 to try and get into that 2 to 5 spot if Stenberg is available to you. If you can get Stenberg, I'd be willing to trade those two to go up and grab him. Anybody disagree with me on that one?
I mean, you could do that, but again, I say I think Ivar Stenberg, I think is going to be a good player. I think he's going to be a good, great player. I think a ceiling for, Gavin McKenna, I think it's going to be there. I think he's going to be a good player. Obviously, he's struggled in some leagues. He's kind of excelled in others. We'll see what he does. His ceiling for McKenna is a lot higher, but the way I view it is I just don't see a world where the Blues trade those two picks, especially if you're talking about giving them to Chicago, if that's who you had to give them to, because Chicago's probably going to get the second overplay. Well, hell, I've talked about it. I'm not going to get into it. The guy doesn't like it. I'm not going to have an argument or nothing. I know how I feel about the draft. I think there's 100% legitimacy in what I have my opinion on it. With the whole bit, betting going on. I think if there's betting going on, I think that there's definitely a way that the draft could be somewhat fishy.
We were talking about Maholter.
I just don't see the Blues trading.
Yeah, we were talking about Maholter earlier. He's a center. I don't think the Blues are going to pick a center in the first round, and people have him ranked from 5th to about 18th, and I don't know. I don't like. I like the fact he's big and lanky. He's kind of a Tage Thompson guy that's not as talented scoring wise as Tage Thompson. But I mean, if they got him at 29th, yeah, I'd be really happy with it. But I wouldn't mess with him in the 10th. And speaking of McKenna, I think since Bedard, McKenna is the most overrated top 1 or 2 picks that they're estimating he'll go, but either him or Stenberg. He's one of the most overrated guys in a long time. I've watched him playing. I've watched him play in college, and on a college team, maybe 2 guys, 3 guys at the most, and it's probably 1 or 2 ever make the NHL, and guys he plays against. If he was a juniors, which is why he didn't go to juniors. He says he didn't go to juniors because the competition, he wanted better competition in college, and that's a line of bullcrap. I think whoever gets McKenna is going to get a good player. He's not going to be generational, just as they said Bedard was going to be the next Gretzky or the next McDavid, and he's just not.
Well, and for me, I agree with you, Lance. I think that he's going to be a good player. I think he's not going to be. See, for me, there was a lot of talk about Bedard. Everybody, kind of glazes Bedard, and there's still a ceiling for him. He's still young, but I look into this young future, and Macklin Celebrini has already far succeeded Connor Bedard. I mean,
and I said he would. I said when he was drafted, he would. Yep.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. The Blues, I will say, Lance, I'm with you on board here with the defense being deep in this draft. The Blues must, and maybe a must is a tight term, but for me, I think it's a must. The Blues need to draft a defenseman. They need to. Obviously, they have Adam Yurchek in the pipeline, but you need to continue to grow that defensive prospect pool because your forward prospect core is pretty good for what you have right now. Defense is where you need to keep growing because Adam Yurchek you have, but outside of that, maybe a few others, but not really guys that I think are going to be complete mainstays on this team.
The 2 guys on this team, the 2 guys right now that are in the minors that I think, well, there's 3. that have a chance of coming up. And I think that I don't know what their ceiling is, but you have Gaudette, who's 22, Butchinger, who's 21, and Loof, who's 23. Those are three guys that have a possibility. And then you also have Fisher, who's 19, but he's a couple of years away.
Yeah.
Those are guys that you have the possibility of bringing up.
Yeah, you could bring them up, but all those guys are like, those guys are good to have for like if players get injured or something like that. But those guys that you just listed, those guys are guys that you have for utility for if you have an injury. Not to take anything away from those guys, but Adam Yurchek is your guy. That is your main guy that you're focusing on your defensive pool, prospect pool. And outside of that, you just have a bunch of utility guys. That's just how I feel. I could be wrong. Lance may have a different opinion, but I think the Blues must take a defenseman because they need to shore up that defensive prospect pool, because your offensive prospect pool, forward prospect pool, is a lot stronger than your defense.
Yeah, I would like for them to get Veerhoff or Reed, but I don't think either one of those guys are going to be there past 11.
No,
if they could get Reed at 10, I would take him. Like if they end up with the 10th pick, I would definitely take him. But I think Veerhoff's going to go in the top 5 or 6.
He probably will. Well, they haven't projected, I think, Lance at 3. I think. Or
yeah,
4,
but
3 or 4.
I think there's some teams. I think there's some teams that are going to be drafting there that are going to take the need over the best available.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a lot of teams that are drafting down in that top part of the draft that we traded Luff. Well, he's still on the Loof, Louf.
Leo Loof.
I meant Loof. Yeah.
Yeah, Leo Loof.
Loof. There's a lot
Loof.
of teams that are in the lottery that shouldn't be in the lottery. The Florida Panthers are one. Toronto Maple Leafs are one. The St. Louis Blues are one. The Detroit Red Wings are one. There are teams in the lottery now, and at the high end of the lottery, there's a few teams that are a player or two away from not being in the lottery anymore that may be willing to trade that pick away. I actually think normally.
Yeah, and I will tell you that Reed as a defenseman is a better prospect right now. He's so much farther ahead of Veerhoff. Veerhoff's one of those guys that you look at and go, dang, he's got a lot of potential. He could just be a monster. But Reed is both an offensive defenseman and defensive. He can play it both ways. So that's why I like him as more of the complete defense. The guy that I feel would make the NHL quicker than Veerhoff will is Reed.
Yeah. I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, guys.
Then I got a point.
No, go ahead.
You go ahead, and I got a point.
No,
well,
go ahead.
my question is this: at what pick do you want your defenseman? 10, 15, or 28?
If Reed is there at 10, you take Reed at 10.
Okay. So here's my question: you're saying that Reed could go anywhere from 3 to 10, right, or 3 to 11, right?
Yep.
So what would you package 10 and 15 or 10 and 29 to move up to get Reed? And maybe
he's projected.
Maybe not even do both of them. Maybe throw Kyrou in instead of the pick.
Yeah, well, you could do like I said, if you can trade a pick and a player, and somebody like Kyrou, I love Jordan Kyrou, and if he goes somewhere else, I wish him nothing but the best. I wish him to have 70, 80 point seasons for the rest of his career. But if they know they can replace it with guys coming up like Snuggerud and Neighbors is only getting better, Dvorsky's only going to get better. If they can replace that, with the lower, contracts, they can make their team even stronger. And I got no problem with them packaging like a Kyrou with their Colorado pick. I don't think I would do it
and that's
with
what
their top pick.
Okay,
Well,
and that's what
and,
I
that,
wanna
and
know.
that's kind of what I had. I didn't have that per se. I was talking a lot about the New Jersey side of things, Lance.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen that.
Yeah, I
But
remember. Yep.
with the center and the way that and let me run this by you. I don't mean to pivot because we're talking about the draft, but I want to get your thoughts on it because you're here. Guy was like, okay, well, what if you can get a center like a Nico Hischier, but you don't have to give up Jordan Kyrou and you don't have to give up Jake Neighbors, how I've been talking about. He wants to do, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can stop me if I'm wrong here, but he was talking about getting rid of Adam Yurchak or Justin Carbonneau, and I told him no. But I would love to know your thoughts on that. To bring in a second line center without having to give up a Jordan Kyrou or Jake Neighbors.
I think it's going to depend on where their contract's at. I think Hischier right now is making what, 9.2?
A little less than that, actually.
Yeah, I think it's around 9. I know for a fact on his new contract, he thinks he's worth 11 or 12. And do you guys think he's better than Robert Thomas? I don't.
I do not. I do not. Well,
Nico Hischier's a great player, and I really like him. I don't know if he wants to come to St. Louis, and I don't know if he wants to be a number 2 center. But other than that, if they could get him at a decent cost, and he wants to come here and wants to play the 2C, and maybe a little bit up and down the lineup, to switch things up on a power play or something, I got no problem with it. I'm just not sure if he wants to come here.
Okay.
And let me rephrase it too, Lance, because I said Nico Hischier because that's what I talked about with Nico Hischier and New Jersey.
And that's why I brought him up.
Any center. Yeah, just any center is more so what I mean. Like any second line center that you think it would be a second line center, because I do think that paying $11 million for a second line center isn't ideal. If that's really what he wants, I think he's a fantastic player, but I agree with you. Do I think he's better than Robert Thomas? No, I don't. I think Robert Thomas, to me, I may get slack on it, but I think Robert Thomas is one of the best playmakers in the league. And I get slack on it because I everybody talks about, oh, well, there's this guy. I personally think Robert Thomas is one of the best playmakers in the league.
When Robert Thomas is healthy, and he's playing at his best like he has over the last month, like he's got a fire under his butt, and I don't know if those trade rumors, because the Blues never went to him and asked him to get rid of his trade clause. They never did that once. They never really approached him about it, but I think it lit a fire under him. If he can play like that when he's not injured, I think he's a top 6, 7 center in the league. I think there's about half and half. I think 16 of the teams, 15, 16 teams in the league consider him a top center. I think the other ones consider him a 2C because they already have a top center.
Yeah.
But when he's on, I don't disagree with you at all, Justin. He's one of the best in the league.
Well, here you go. Here's the numbers. So the Hischier deal makes more sense when you look at this. So he has, after this year, 1 year left on his contract.
Yep.
7.2. Then he's a UFA. So to me, and he's got a 10-team no trade list. The Blues are rarely really on a no trade list. Rarely. They are on it sometimes, but it's not like usually that 10-team list is the Canada teams. More the Canada teams than some of the bottom feeders where it's not fun to play.
Yeah, and you've also got to look at it this way too, Guy. His contract being up after another year, the cap's going to go up, which means he's going to be wanting even more money than that when that cap goes up.
Cap's supposed to go up 5 this year and 5 next year. That's the proposed. Could change, but it's proposed.
Can I tell you what's going on in the background?
Hold on a sec. Before we get there, I want to bring my thought process in this. Then you can. Right now, if you could trade one of your first round picks and a prospect and a high end prospect, so Yerrick or Carbonneau, and I'm not saying I want to trade Carbonneau. I'm saying Yerrick or Carbonneau. He had control of that puck, not offsides. Yerrick or Carbonneau, and one of your first rounds to get Hischier, I'd be willing to do it, but I wouldn't trade 10. I might trade 15. And then you can negotiate with him after that. And you have the time to negotiate with him.
I think you have to. I think since you're giving up that much, you've got to sign him to a new deal immediately because
absolutely.
You've to give up that much prospect. You've got to make sure he's committed.
Absolutely. Yeah, you have to, and that was my idea behind it. But I did get a lot of slack from it. I was like, oh no, they're not doing that. They're not doing that. That's just delusion. That's just that. This is that. And I understand that, but at the same time, I'm making this deal as if the St. Louis Blues and Nico Hischier, the management got together with Nico Hischier, and Nico Hischier's under the understanding of the direction of what they want for this team, and Nico Hischier is 100% down for what he think. Like, you want to make him believe in what you're selling. You want to be the businessman, and you want to sell him why he should come to St. Louis and why he should want to commit to playing here. So he does have to have a deal in place if you're going to give that up. Now, question is you're not going to give up both guys. You're not going to give up both Carbonneau and your check and a pick. You're going to have to give up one or the other, Carbonneau, and that would be a hard decision for me. But the thing is honestly, I think Justin Carbonneau is going to be a great blue collar player for this team, but I feel like it would be very hard for me to give up Adam Yurchek because you really don't have anything in your defensive pipeline outside of him.
Okay.
So I think
I don't disagree with you. I do not disagree with you. I think you were dead on with that. But I don't completely hate your trading Jake Neighbors to get Hischier. I don't completely hate it. But I think that would be the nuclear option to me. I think that I would try everything else before I went to that. Mm-hmm. Does that make a little bit of sense, Jay?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, I think trading Jake Neighbors is a tough thing, but I think I gave valid reasons on why trading Jake for a second line center could be valuable in the end instead of giving up Kyrou, because I am with Lance, I am with you, Guy, that Jordan Kyrou, I love Jordan Kyrou, and I want him to be on this team. I think that his numbers, obviously down year for him, all the Blues have had a down year, but I think that he is such a good enough player that Jordan Kyrou, I think, can score 45 goals, 50 goals at some point in his career. But he needs a consistent – I think he needs consistent line mates, but I think he needs a consistent center. I think he needs a consistent second-line center. And right now, the Blues don't have that. Dvorsky is not ready.
I don't disagree. Big old thank you to Tad Dieterman, Mom Teresa Singer, Chris Shockey, Jason Nichols, JJ, Sharon Spink, T. Guido, and John Hefner. They gave us some love on our last game day show. Jason says, I don't want to be a bad neighbor. Don't touch my neighbors. And then he also says, this is cool. If you don't do playoff shoes, you don't love me. First of all, we do love you. Playoff shows when the Blues aren't in it are hard to do because of the name of my show. If I'm doing a playoff show for Buffalo, like I want to Buffalo and Boston, I'm not going to get people from Buffalo and Boston to watch the show. It's only going to be 3 or 4 people watching the show, and that can be hard to do. We may do weekly show. I want to do Buffalo because I think it's a great story, but I can't do all 7 games or every game. And the schedule's not completely out yet.
Well, you never know. You never know.
Why don't you just do it? Why don't you just do it after each round, Guy? That would be simpler, just to go over each round.
I like the game day shows. I like the live game day shows. We may do a playoff timer. Actually, the playoffs start Saturday, so I don't think we could do a playoff. You could do
that. Like I said, you could do that to where you cover every series, and I think we could do that. But I think that the game day shows are cool. But again, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised just because I know the name is BlueNote, but we do cover other teams. The fact of the matter is what you tagline this as, people are going to find it because if they're searching for anything Buffalo, Boston, it's going to show up regardless what your name is on YouTube. If you title it with Buffalo, Boston, or Buffalo versus Boston. People are going to view in. I'm sure you're gonna pull some new viewers. I do want to talk to you about, we'll talk about it maybe offline. Like I said, I was saying it before. I'd love to do, if you can't do them, I'd still love to possibly do a series, pick a series. Maybe I'll put a poll out and say, hey, what series would you like me to cover? Maybe if you're not here, I could do a typical kind of play-by-play thing, because I do enjoy doing that.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So, but we'll talk about that.
We'll talk offline. I've got some thoughts on that. Right. So we'll talk offline. We're at the 3 hour and 40-minute mark. So we're gonna get ready to call this. We'll do last thoughts here for the 10 people who are watching. I think did I do a thank you to the people that gave us hearts? Did I do that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. With that, last thoughts, Lance to Scott.
Last thoughts. Yeah, it's a disappointing season for the Blues, but even some of the best teams in the league have them. Look at what happened to Chicago after their cup runs.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what happened to Florida after winning 2 cups in a row. You know, the Stanley Cup is I don't care what anybody says, and I played baseball till Legion Ball till I was 18, 20 years old and was good at that. But hockey's my favorite sport, and I'm going to tell you right now, from playing both of them competitively at a high level, the Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy to win. I don't care what anybody says. And the Blues will be back there. I know a lot of people, I've even seen people saying that, the Blues are going to challenge for the wild card number 2 spot. I don't think they're going to challenge for it. I think they're going to be up there the whole year and challenging for the 3rd or 4th spot in their division. And yeah, they might get the wild card 1 spot or 2. But I expect the Western Conference to be better next year, and I think the Blues are going to be much better next year.
I would absolutely agree with that statement. Justin?
Yeah, Lance, the Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy to win. I'm with you 100%. It's a tough one. The Blues, it's an anomaly year. That's the way I look at it. We talked about it. We thought the Blues were going to come in and be better. They started the season slow. They picked it up. They did what they normally do. They start slow, and then they try to get that Cinderella run. They came up short. It's disappointing because you look at the games down the stretch. They won their last 3. If you pick up the wins against LA and you pick the win up against San Jose, you're probably looking at a Blues team that's in the playoffs right now. So, it's disappointing that it came down to that, but it's an anomaly year to me. They're going to be back. I think next year, I think that they'll be, for me at least, I think they'll firmly be in a playoff spot, whether that be wild card 1 or, like Lance said, they're challenging for 3rd or 4th in the division, and they're in there for sure. I think that they will be in there. I think Nashville's going to be a little bit more on the decline. Yes, they got better this year. I think they'll be on the decline. Winnipeg's on the decline. They're showing why their President's Trophy run was a complete fraud. Other teams in there, Blackhawks, they're still going to struggle. They're still going through the growing pains. So the Blues are ahead of some of these teams. Utah's in it. So Utah's going to be a struggle, but I think the Blues will be in it next year.
Well, we slipped to 11. The Preds lost.
Oh, okay.
Color me shocked. The Preds losing a game.
It was 4-4. Anaheim scored, made it 5-4. So we slipped to 11. There is one.
I mean, come on. I know Lance is with me. I know Lance agrees with me. The Predators, you can't count on them for anything.
No,
they're like the Predators are like a fart in your 80s.
So
we
have 11, 14, and 28 on. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. It's going to be one of those picks, right? Because of the way they do it. The way that
somebody asked me the other day, would you trade all of the Blues' first 3 round picks and Jordan Kyrou for Matthews? Nope. I said nope, because he's got no heart.
No.
He has 0 heart, and he doesn't care.
No.
And people thought I was nuts. Oh, I would jump on. No, I wouldn't. I would not.
Absolutely not. I would not. I would not trade 3. I would not trade 3 first round picks, Jordan Kyrou, for Matthews. I'm sorry. I've said it before, and I think Lance has agreed with me. I don't know if Guy you have. Matthews is one of the most overrated superstars in the league.
Yep.
So, I would not do that. I would not do that in an instant.
I will not 100% jump on board with that. He may not be a locker room guy, but I will not jump on board with the guy that scores 75 goals, saying
he's never scored 75 goals.
He scored 70, right? 71?
No, the most he's had is 60-something. He scored 60-something twice.
Yeah, he scored.
I thought he hit 70 last year.
Nope, he got 61 and 67 or 62 and 67. Those are his two totals.
Yeah, that's fine, but someone's got to pass him the puck. Mitch Marner was passing him the puck, despite what people say about Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner had a lot of assists to do with that. So you need a guy you need two to tango, and although he does score, that's fantastic. He needs somebody to pass him the puck, and that was Mitch Marner. So.
Okay, hold on.
I think we're all in agreement, though, that the Blues are going to be much better.
Yeah, Guy hasn't said his yet, but I'm sure he thinks that they're going to be better.
He had 69 2 years ago, and then last year he was injured last year, injured this year. He had 33 and 27, so he had 69 and he had 60, and that's 41. So he's led the league in goal scoring 3 times.
And that's the problem though. That's another thing. He's injured to all hell. He gets injured a lot of times.
I don't know if you remember this, Justin, but when he came back from his injury, I told people, I said, I know something you guys don't. That injury that he says is his hand and he's much better and it's not going to ever affect him. I said, he's hurt and he's hurt bad and you can see it when he skates. I said, he's not going to be the same player ever again. And I literally don't think he's going to be the same player ever again.
Austin So I get, Lance, that we've been harsh on Austin Matthews, and I completely understand why me and you have that standpoint, but I want to play devil's advocate, and I want to say that what they did in Toronto was gutless. I get that he doesn't have the room. I get that he's not the leader that they want or that they expected, but the gutlessness of Toronto to not stick up for your captain when that happened. Toronto is a dumpster fire, and it shows. It absolutely shows. So Austin Matthews is one thing, but Toronto is not any better.
Yep, they're proof you can't buy a championship, and Colorado might be proof that you can. Well, I do think the Blues are going to be better, and I'm actually a little more. I think they're going to challenge for the division. I think they're that close. And if they play, and again, if they play the way they played all season, the way they played the last 20, 25 games, this is a 110-point team. This is the team that's right there. There are teams in the division that should take a step back. There are teams that might take a step forward. I do think the Blues are going to be better, and I do think that they have a lot of options. I think that you can all 3 picks, right? The one thing, take all 3 picks. I think you can trade some of those picks. The one difference when you look at the guys in the lottery, Vancouver, Chicago, Calgary, Rangers, Maple Leafs, Kraken, Jets, Panthers, Sharks. Those are all teams that are not needing lots of rebuilding. With one or two exceptions, those are teams that don't need a lot of rebuilding.
Vancouver needs it. Rangers need it. They're struggling
Chicago
too. They do have pieces.
Calgary
needs it. Chicago needs it. But and this is actually interesting because I'm not sure where Lance is. I don't know how you feel about it, Lance. Like I said, I'm not going to get into the whole discussion on my thoughts on the draft, but I even said this on the show a couple shows ago that I would not even be surprised if Chicago gets the first overall pick. I wouldn't.
I said that too. Yep.
I would not be surprised if we come on this show and we say Chicago gets the first overall pick. I would not be surprised.
We'll do it. We're going to do that show. We're going to be live during the lottery draw. So they're doing the lottery draw live. So we're going to be there for it. Right. They have the second best. Well, here's my. I know what Justin's trying not to talk about. I don't believe that the draft is as rigged as just. Could it be rigged one on an off year here or there? Yes, I think it could. Do I think it is rigged every single year? No, I don't. And the reason I don't is there's too many people involved to make it feel rigged. And the other part of this, the other thing that I have an issue with is everybody complained about the tanking. We don't want the tank. We don't want the tank. So let's put in a lottery system. Okay. Well, now that you have a lottery system, when the number one team doesn't get the number one pick, you're pissed off. Well, wait a minute. If you wanted the number one team to get pissed off, why have a lottery or get that pick? Why have the lottery? You can't have it both ways. Are there years where maybe the NHL put their thumb on the scale? Yes, I do agree with that. Do I think it happens every single year? No, I don't.
Yeah, but it also sorry, go ahead, Lance.
Yeah. I think Chicago or Toronto's going to get it.
I could see
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm with you, Lance. I think I'm with you. I think Chicago or Toronto's going to get the pick. I think the teams that need it the most is Vancouver, Calgary,
the Rangers.
The Rangers need it. Yeah, the Rangers need it poorly. Yeah, I think out of those three teams right there are the teams that need it the most, and they will not get it. They won't. I'm sure they won't.
I had Wendy on the other day. I don't think that they're in the need of a rebuild as much as everybody thinks they are. I think they're in the position. They've got enough young guys. It's time to get veteran presence. And I brought up the possibility of trading, at the time it was 8, but let's say 11, and Jordan Kyrou and Tyler Tucker or Matt Kessel to Chicago for their first round pick. 1 or 2. Right? 2, 3, whatever it is. And he was like, oh no, right away. But I actually think that if that was offered to Chicago, they're not turning that down immediately. And I think that
I don't
Drew would go to Chicago just to be a thorn in St. Louis's side. Okay, Justin, sorry.
No, I just would say, for me, I know you think that, but I don't see it. The Blues and Blackhawks don't seem to have much of a trade history. I don't see that happening. I just, for me it's too big of it. I feel like Chicago would not do that just to spite the Blues. Now, do I think that it's something that the Blues could possibly offer up? I do think that, but I don't think it's a yes like you may think it is. I think it's a no because I think Chicago wants that pick because they want to get the young talent. They want to stick it to the Blues, and they will eventually once they get younger and younger and younger if they get these picks. So Chicago, I just don't see that. If you're going to make a trade, it's going to be with another team that doesn't have as much histories with you. You're looking at the Rangers. You're looking at something like that. Because if you think about it, technically, no, I don't think the Rangers would even trade with you because the Rangers need they need a high pick. But the problem with the Blues and the Rangers, and I like the Rangers, they're kind of like my East Coast team in a way. The problem with the Blues, or the difference between the Blues and the Rangers, is the Blues know how to draft. The Rangers do not. So
here's the thing with the Rangers. If they're in a full-on rebuild, which I think they are, they got a player they need to get rid of that they absolutely don't.
Yeah, they need to get rid of Adam Fox. And they need to get rid of Lafreniere. If they're going through a tree rebuild, they need to get rid of both guys.
There's somebody else. Lance, anybody else you can think of?
Shesterkin?
Yep. Right there.
I don't think they're going to get rid of him.
They're not getting rid of Shesterkin.
That's their guy. Unless somebody, now I will say this, if somebody blew him away with a trade, he's gone. But it would take a lot to get him away from the Rangers.
It's
absolutely
hard to keep a Vezina capable or Vezina quality goaltender on a team getting 60 points, winning 20 games. you're destroying that man's career. He's going to come to you and say, trade me right effing now. He's going to do that. He's going to say, I waive my no trade clause.
He loves it in New York, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with Shesterkin. I think he's a good goalie, and he definitely performs in the playoffs. His numbers, he's still a great goalie, and it still wouldn't deter me from getting a guy like that. He's not coming to St. Louis, of course, but the money that they gave him, he's okay with that. I feel like he's okay with that. He's making the money that he wants over there. I think like Lance said, he likes playing in New York, but New York to me is not getting rid of Shesterkin unless they have an offer that completely blows them away. The guys that you're looking at being dished is going to be Lafreniere, and it's going to be Adam Fox. Adam Fox is your main guy over there that you're gonna have to dish if you're going through a true rebuild, which the Rangers should, because I feel bad for the Rangers because Chris Drury over there, he's completely sabotaging the Rangers over there, purposely sabotaging the Rangers. I have no doubt in my mind that that's the case. That trade that they got for Panarin was an absolute embarrassment. I mean, that was an embarrassment.
Well, here's the problem, though. Let me tell you what happened, Justin, with that. It was down to 2 or 3 teams, including the Kings, and they went back to Panarin, and Panarin said, "I'll only go to the Kings. That's where I want to go." So they were limited. They either had to get what they could get from the Kings, or he wasn't going anywhere. That's what was going on in the back part, in the back side of it. Oh, and also, people are going to think I'm nuts, but I think Bobrovsky getting traded is more likely than Shesterkin.
Oh, I do too. I think for me, the Panarin, and I do know what you're talking about because I do remember both parties are kind of more Chris Drury's to blame for what you're seeing in New York, but
he could have,
Panarin is also to blame a little bit, but the reason he did what he did was exactly because of he wanted to spite Chris Drury. He wanted to absolutely spite Chris Drury, and he wanted to go to where he wanted to go, and that's okay for me. But he wanted to kind of F the Rangers as best as he could, giving them the least.
Kreider wanted to do that too. Kreider bitched and moaned about it there, and eventually Drury had to get rid of him, and I don't think they got enough for Kreider either.
No, like I said, I feel for New York. I know that it's kind of weird to be like kind of take that as my East Coast team. I don't know why I've kind of gravitated towards the Rangers in so many years, that I've been watching, but that I just view them more as my East Coast team, and I think it's just because I view them like St. Louis, their team that seems to be competitive, just couldn't get over the hump, kind of competitive in the playoffs. Just kind of a blue collar kind of feels like, but I think Chris Drury is purposely sabotaging what they're doing over there. And I feel bad for him because it's going to take them years to recover from what he's doing over there.
Yep.
Real quick, we're going to be calling this. I know Lance's probably need to go. We're going to end the show here. One thing, if you look on X, Jeremy Rutherford put out what our draft chances are at the 11th pick and the 15th pick. The chance of getting number 1 overall are 3%, number 2, 3.2%. Number 3 is 0.1%, but I don't understand how you could even get number 3 because they're only doing 2 draws. 11 is 79.9%, so the chance we stay is greatly high. 13% chance that someone below us gets picked above before us, and a 0.5% chance that 2 teams below us get picked above us. Yes, sir.
I wanted to say one last thing before we kind of call it here. I wanted to get, because we've been talking about me and you have been talking about this the whole time, that we're not on the tank brigade. We didn't want the Blues to tank. We wanted them to win out, and play good and create a positive vibe and positive culture heading into next season. We talk about how the Blues are going to be better coming into next season, but to all the tank people, I want to pose the question. I want to pose the question to Lance and you, Guy. Would you rather, because I think that this Blues team, although that they start slow, they really make it exciting at the end of the year. For me, I would rather that. Obviously, I want them to make the playoffs. I want them to be consistently good throughout the whole year, and they can be. But I would rather them be poor in the beginning and really exciting at the end than really good in the beginning and really shit in the end. I don't know if that's a good take or a bad take. I just kind of view it because I don't like to tank, but I would rather them have exciting hockey down the stretch, even if they have a poor start. I would like them to play consistently, obviously, in a perfect world, consistently all through 84 games, which we're getting next season. But not every team's going to go 84 games and just be consistent all the way through. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, and everybody, the Blues need a top 5 pick. The Blues need a top 5 pick. And then you know what the example people will give me? Well, they haven't had a top 5 pick since Thomas. Thomas was number 20.
Thomas
overall,
was 20, pal. Yeah, Thomas was 20.
That's not a top 10 pick. And I'm going to tell you this. If you go back the last 20 years in the NHL and look at the top 5 picks and look at their careers, there's probably about 20% of them, 10 to 15% that end up being great players. I'm not talking generational or elite. That's a 0.5% kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But very few of them become generational players. Most of those guys from 1 to 10 end up being either good, very good, and even some of them never play in the NHL. So the biggest myth in the NHL is that you got to get a top 5 pick to compete. That's wrong.
Mm-mm. Yeah, you don't need a top 5 pick to compete. The Blues have shown you for many seasons now that you don't need a top 5 pick to compete.
That's why Justin, that's why I was all off the tank wagon, because how good we draft in that.
Absolutely.
Doug Arms, people hate on Doug Armstrong for the whole time he's been in the league as the GM, not the assistant or anything to the GM. But since he's been our GM, he's 6th in regular season wins overall. Have we had great playoff success? We had 2 great years. The 15-16 season, and then, of course, the 2018-19 season at the end where we won the Cup. Yeah. But he's 6th in wins. What else do the people expect from a general manager?
They want the Cup every year with now.
Not happening.
Not happening. Not happening.
I'm going to tell you right now. There's very few Pittsburghs that win like 3 Cups in 5 years. There's very few Blackhawks that win 3 Cups in 5 years. There's even fewer Panthers that win 2 in a row, and even fewer Tampa Bay Lightning that went 2 out of 3.
And there's a completely rare occurrences where you see a team like I know we're talking about the 2000s and all, but the 90s Red Wings. Yeah. There's you don't see that all the time.
No.
But the Blues. Sorry, go ahead, Lance.
No, you don't. If you want a true Stanley Cup dynasty, I'm talking about the ones that win 3 or 4 straight, 2 straight. Mm-hmm. You've got to look at the Panthers winning 2 straight. You got to look at some of the other teams. But to me, the last great, I'm talking great, would have been the 80s Oilers. The 80s Oilers, before the start of the season, you could say they're going to compete for the Stanley Cup this year, every year. You can't say that about a team that in this age.
I was going a little bit behind you. I was going to the Islanders winning 4 straight.
I was going to say the Islanders and Canadians next.
Yeah, because the Islanders.
That's really going back.
Because, the Edmonton didn't win 4 straight. They won 2 and then missed 1 and then won 1. Or 3, or won 3, missed 1 and won 1, something like that. But the Islanders
they won 5.
They won a total of 5.
Grant Fuhr is a 5-time Stanley Cup champion, and it's with the Oilers.
Then they won 1 after Gretzky was traded.
Well,
because Gretzky only
So in recent memory, Florida Panthers, Tampa Bay Lightning. In that category too, winning 2 cups. You know, in this era, you have to talk about the ones that get the 2-peat, the 3-peats, going for the 3-peats.
Right. At some point, the salary cap's going to bite you in the ass. There's no ands. That's
what I was going to bring up earlier. What I was going to bring up earlier is, I don't know why fans do this, and Guy, maybe you and Justin see things I don't because I'm so into it. For all these years, is that the cap's going up. We can spend more. Hey, dummy. The cap's going up for everybody. They can spend more too.
Yeah.
The teams that are spending now, most of the teams are going to be spending then too. But however, there are about 8 teams that have already told the NHL that they don't think they can reach the ceiling when it comes to the salary cap floor. It gets up to like 120, 130. They're already complaining about it.
Yeah. They may have to lower the floor a little bit.
I think they're going to have to.
Well, we'll see. But the floor is important. Okay, guys. Sorry, we're at 4 hours and 5 minutes. I am talked out. My sunburn is killing me, and I know if I didn't stop this, we would be talking for another hour. And I know, Lance, you want to go. I appreciate you, Justin. I guess it's that time. Do you know how we end the show?
Yep. I think we got to ask the girls. Where are the girls?
What are you wearing?
A Canadian tuxedo. And I'm a hockey player. Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
And I want to ask all my Blues fans who've been here the whole season, are you ready for the question? Hockey fans, all the hockey fans out there, are you ready for the question? Justin Eagle Eye Scott, for the last time on a game day, Blues Game Day Live, for this 25-26 season, are you ready for the question?
I'm ready for the question.
Who is late for dinner?
It's the city of St. Louis. It's Toasted Ravs for dinner. Where are the boys? Where are they at?
Hawaii Blues fan, we're bleeding blue with you. Let's go Blues! Let's go Blues! Let's go Blues!
This is Guy, the Hawaii Blues fan, with a big special thank you to Ashley Slapshot Jones and Lance, the Drop to Scott, for joining me and Justin on the season finale of the Game Day Blues Game Day Lives. We are going to talk about and should have something for you in a day or two what our schedule is going to be. Give us some time. Thank you so much for watching us. This is Guy, the Hawaii Blues fan, saying I got to love you all. For my co-host, Justin Eagle Eye Scott, you got to know that I am bleeding blue with you.
And as always, let's go Blues.
This is Guy and Justin saying aloha mahalo, and we'll see you soon on the BlueNote Fan Report.